doing, and somehow it'll look good. Good morning, Ricardo.
Good morning, Mr. Director.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Watch out, wait. So I know what the word Mkutano means, but as the curator of Mokutano, first of all, brief history, seeing as this is the 5th. Why the need for Mokutano in totality? And then what have we been doing up until today?
Thank you, Marcus. And first of all, I'll start by sending a warm welcome to everyone who has come to Mestil today for the first Agribusiness Mkutano. There are partners in the room. We will be mentioning them during the course of the conversation. Mkutano, you said right, Swahili, is a gathering for a purpose. And I'd like to magnify an underlying purpose, is that a convention in itself where you talk in itself is a bit of a light immersion. What we try and do is focus on making sure that we have an action ledger. The Mokutanos are typically linked to our development agenda, which means that there is a need for a diversity of partners who engage freely. It's a very candid conversation. And after that, we pick up 1, 2, 3 points that we need to catalyze or push after the event is done. So a lot of the heavy lifting is done post-Mokutano.
Post-mortem. Okay, like you said, it's developmental based. This is your first agri.
Yeah.
Why agriculture? I mean, it's sort of like a no-brainer, but explain it to me, yeah.
Look, I think everyone is familiar with the statistics around agriculture being sort of the activity that commands the about 70% of our labor. There's also emphasis in our development plan, and there's someone from National Planning Authority here who will be on the panel, that we need to transform our economy through the industrialization of agriculture. So I want to emphasize the fact that most agriculture discussions are very much an agriculture discussion. It's about seed and storage. We think that the enabling infrastructure for agriculture is important, the finance, the logistic services, the trade aspect of it all with the bigger market. The gathering needs to emphasize what needs to be done in the context of what our government is prioritizing. Agriculture will always be the mainstay. There's a lot of challenges in the sector. I won't preempt the discussions that are coming up, but this is where we try and unpack those aspects and see what the way forward is. So agriculture is a no-brainer for this country. It's going to be a constant, but we have to recognize that there are teething issues in that space. How do we execute? How do we mitigate the risks, take advantage of the opportunities?
One of the things that I've been seeing in all the artwork leading up to this event is UG at 60. And I do know we turned 60 in October, but what exactly is the theme around us turning 60?
That's a good question, Marcus. I think these milestones in a child or a country or company's trajectory that need to be celebrated, the 21st birthday, the 18th, the 50th, etc. 60 is very poignant for us because we're 2 generations post-independence. And what typically happens is that you have that nostalgic reminisce of what we have done since independence, which is right. You will see the videos of officers in shorts lowering the flag, raising the Ugandan flag. And we have to reflect on that. But I think it's an opportunity for us to focus attention on the 2 generations that are ahead of us. Between 2022 and 2082, our population is going to shoot up from 45 today to about 130 million. So what are we doing as a country, particularly for most of us who will not be here in 60 years' time, to make sure that the generation can recognize that we thought about a strategic plan to sustain our economy, to harness our opportunities long after we've gone. So it's about planting the tree under whose shade others will sit. And it's not just agribusiness, it's not just the economy, it's the society at large, it's conservation, it's every facet that identifies us as Ugandan. So we're carrying this theme throughout all Mokutanos. We're speaking to National Planning Authority about mainstreaming it as a concept across government, so that we take a moment and reflect and make sure that the fantasy can become a reality, and we'll all be better for that. Hence the logo.
I know you said that most of the work after these meetings is done post the Mkutano. As you wind up, I want to ask you, what does success look like at the end of today as the curator? What would you like any person here, the people online watching on YouTube and Twitter, to take out from today's conversations?
Good question. Actually, you put me on the spot, because that's what the partners ask. And I think I split success into the tangible and the intangible. And let me focus on the tangible. I think the reason why we try and make it a qualitative immersion, so getting the right people, it's not a numbers thing, is to be able to get one institutional validation on the commitments. The commitments that are carried forward in an aid memoir that typically is driven by an ad hoc working committee. And I'll just give you one example. From 2022, there was a discussion on local government finance. And one of the issues in local government is the fact that collections in local governments are quite low. And there's a challenge of channeling a lot of that fund that is collected to the center. They need to have alternative finance through the capital markets and PPPs. So the conversation, again, harvested the diversity of parties around, and the conclusions were informed by a cabinet paper. And I believe, I think UNCDF is here. They are nurturing some of those conclusions. I think there's going to be some amendments to the Local Government Act, and hopefully we'll have a pooled Municipal Finance Act. So those are the things that we have done in the past, and we're curators. We're not the artists, so we will leave it to the esteemed here to interrogate the issues at hand and give us the instructions on how to progress from here.
David Ofunji, thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you. Can I quickly thank our partners, if you don't mind?
Yes, please.
We've been anchored for a few years by a constant trio of UNCDF, who is represented here by Dr. Dimitri Pozidaev, good friend of Mkutano. Stanbic Bank has always been here. Today, they're not in the room, but their branding always follows their people, always ahead of the people. The National Social Security Fund has always also been with us. Because we're in the ag space, we've had to go and develop the concept note with a number of partners, of which a very important one is ABI Finance. The CEO, Ms. Mona Uguma Seboliba, is around. We have the Food and Agriculture Organization, the country manager is around. We have Mandalis Energy, one of my favorite companies in the world. There's some representatives from Mandalis. They're in the building. We have speakers from the Africa Development Bank. The country manager is around with his team. Honorable, good to see you. We have a collection of there's a huge spread, and I will not spend too much time on that, but we will periodically come back and visit. I'll leave them to do the talking. And of course, there's some parties online who are following this on our YouTube channel and Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David Ofunji. So we understand what we're here. We are hopeful that we understand what we are trying to achieve at the end of the day. So I think let's get right into it. Now, as David said, we are live on YouTube and Twitter. And if you would like to follow the conversation online, the hashtag is Agric-Mokutano22. Not Mokutano, but Mkutano, MKU, as it is over there. Agric-Mokutano22. Live on YouTube and Twitter. So thanks for all those who have joined us online. I would also like to recognize the presence of our team from the Uganda Coffee Development Authority. I think the MD here and his team. Dr. Emmanuel, I don't know if he's here, but the team is here. Okay, thank you so much. So I think let's get into it. And we'll start by asking the three people who David talked about to come on stage. I will introduce them all one by one, and we shall start off because we are very gender sensitive with ladies first. And I would like to ask the CEO of Agri-Finance, Mrs. Mona Muguba-Seboliba, to please come on stage and give her opening remarks and set the stage. Now, the Ministry of Health yesterday released a report that if you're fully vaccinated, you can go out without a mask. We don't need to test anymore to get in and out of the country. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, by the way. That was as of yesterday. So when you see us here without a mask, we're not being rebellious. We can actually do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The representative of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Animal Industries, the country representative of the Food and Agricultural Organization, the country representative of the United Nations Capital Development Fund, the country manager for the Africa Development Bank, the representative of the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, the founder and curator of the Mokutano, distinguished partners and participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. As I've been introduced, my name is Mona Muguba-Seboliba, and I'm the Chief Executive of the Agricultural Business Initiative, commonly known as ABI or ABI, and we have two arms, ABI Development and ABI Finance. Before I go any further, I'd like to thank the organizers, the curator, and the founder of the Mokutano for bringing us together for what is truly exciting and a very important gathering or meeting to discuss something that will take us well ahead into our future, as he had elaborated. For those that might not know, ABI is an organization established by the governments of Denmark and Uganda in 2010, and it was established in order to channel development finance, particularly matching grants, lines of credit, credit guarantees, business development support, both to smallholder farmers and agribusinesses for the purposes of ensuring that we achieve a competitive, sustainable, and profitable agricultural sector, which in turn we hope and believe will contribute to equitable wealth creation in this country. Since inception, ABI, we have contributed through matching grants and lines of credit over 400 billion and invested it with 1 million farmers, created over 60,000 jobs, supported through 50 implementing partners, directly and indirectly, because we work with agribusiness SMEs as well as financial institutions. As Mark was leaving, he talked about the COVID-19 pandemic, which we are all emerging from. And like every other sector in this country and globally, the agribusiness or the agricultural sector was very much heavily impacted. We're very pleased to note that at ABI, we contributed to the survival, sustenance, as well as recovery and building back better from the COVID-19 pandemic through specially crafted relief packages and financing. And we're still engaging our partners as they emerge out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we hope to do so until it is deemed irrelevant. So what are we doing by way of agro-industrialization? ABI development, as I mentioned, we have two arms. Now, ABI development focuses on value chain actors and intervenes directly with value chain actors. And ABI finance works through financial institutions where we provide the required financing and liquidity. So with ABI development that supports 7 value chains, and these value chains are coffee, dairy, pulses, cereals, oil seeds, poultry, and horticulture. We have supported actors within these value chains to increase their capacity at production, to ensure that they produce the right quantities at the right quality, and that they can process, store, and access the right markets internationally and locally. Specifically to the coffee value chain, considering that one of the partners of this event is the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and coffee being a strategically important export commodity. I'll just zero in on coffee. We have over the last 3 years supported the sector with 17 billion, particularly on the agro-industrialization segment through silos, through coffee washing stations and halas, and we have committed a further 10 billion currently to continue the support towards industrialization of the sector. And at ABI Finance, we are providing lines of credit, have provided lines of credit and will continue to financial institutions, as well as credit guarantees to de-risk and provide the much needed liquidity to both the smallholder farmers and agribusinesses to get on with the work of producing, as well as adding value through processing and any other means that will take our products to the next level and ensure that we are indeed adding value both at a smallholder farmer level and at an agribusiness level, and thereby the entire economy, achieving that vision that we have of a competitive, sustainable, and profitable sector, and that results in equitable wealth creation. But within the bounds of agro-industrialization, something that comes to us and that is very key and has very much been on the agenda, but especially in the wake of climate change, COP26 last year and everything, green investments, climate change is very much on our radar. And for us, green means 3 things. Environmentally, it means doing no harm. And as you're all aware, developing countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, contribute the least to the ravages of climate change, but bear the biggest brand. So for us, it's going beyond climate mitigation and focusing a lot more on climate adaptation. We find that droughts are lasting longer, are more frequent and are lasting longer. Rain seasons are delayed. When it comes, it's either late or it falls for longer than was anticipated, resulting in flooding, or is too little in certain parts. So we find that there's need to support smallholder farmers and generally the actors who are working in these value chains with things such as drought-resistant seed and other climate adapted inputs to ensure that we are adapting and ensuring that we have enough food and produce to survive the climate ravages, the climate change ravages. So for us, it is environmentally, as I've said, doing no harm with a focus on climate adaptation. And a key takeaway from us here in terms of partnership, we're looking to support and work with partners, particularly in the in a bid to enhance climate adaptation. It also means social inclusion, where we pay special attention to women and youth. David was talking about the population explosion that is coming at us, is already with us, and half of our population are the youth, whom we need to engage in what is arguably our most productive sector. So we are very much inclined towards women inclusion, youth inclusion, but at the same time, we also work and look out for marginalized groups such as refugees, as well as hard to reach areas to ensure that the growth and development is spread universally and equitably. And finally, governance. Governance is a key thing that we pay attention to, and this tends to happen at the agribusiness level and at the financial services level, because with financial services, we work with banks all the way from tier 1 right to the unregulated tier of tier 4 SACCOs. Now, governance tends to be a challenge in a lot of the challenges where we see collapse as well as stuttering and any problems. Lapses from a governance point of view tend to be at the heart of that. So for us, the environment, social inclusion, and governance is a key premise on which we intervene and encapsulates all our investments and our interventions. As I close, I'd just like to acknowledge the government of Uganda and other development partners for their contribution to the agriculture sector. We haven't done this on our own, and would like to again thank you, the Mokutano company, for bringing us together. It is said that indeed, in moving many stones, we will move a mountain. But if there are many of us moving those stones, we will move it faster. So I invite us all to get together and discuss how to move the stones and make progress with the aspect of agribusiness or agro-industrialization. With that, I thank you very much, and I look forward to our engagements for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give Mrs. Sebeliva another round of applause. Thank you very much, ABI. I'd now like to call the head of the office in Uganda from UNCDF, Mr. Dimitri. Yeah, Dimitri, please come. I'm not going to torture this second name, it's not right. Doctor. You're welcome.
Distinguished representatives of the Ministry of Agriculture, other ministries, departments, and agencies, my colleagues from the United Nations Organization, colleagues from the international financial institutions, as well as representatives of other organizations and partners. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be again hosted by Mkutano this year, focusing on the issue of agro-industrialization. As a United Nations organization, the UN Capital Development Fund, which I represent, is first and foremost concerned about the achievement of Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the goals that are set forth in the Third National Development Plan. It is Uganda's progress towards a more prosperous country, towards a country where the growth is inclusive and the population develops higher living standards. That is in the focus of our attention and in the focus of our efforts. And I believe that today's conversation about agro-industrialization should take this perspective. It should not be agro-industrialization for the sake of it, but for the sake of how it influences the developmental prospects of Uganda and how it helps the country to achieve her development objectives. Allow me to share a few charts with you. And let me start with, I would say, a relatively good news about the overall state of Uganda's economy. Structural transformation is a reality in Uganda. If you look at the changes in productivity and in the movement of labor force, you will immediately see that in the period between 2000 and 2017, there has been a move of labor force from low productivity to higher productivity sectors. Agriculture, as you can see, has lost a large number of workers, whereas the main winner in terms of getting additional labor force has been the service sector. Not manufacturing, not transport, not mineral extraction, but services. So this structural transformation is a transformation with a question mark, because the sectors that have gained most additional workers are not necessarily the sectors with the highest productivity. When we take a more granular look at how labor productivity developed in across different sectors, you will see that there has been a moderate growth in the overall productivity over the period of 2002-2017. However, agricultural productivity has been stagnating and even slightly decreasing over this period. Productivity in manufacturing, as you can see, fluctuated quite significantly. And when you look at the overall gains, they're kind of questionable as well because of these significant fluctuations. And why we are talking about manufacturing is because agricultural agro-industrialization, and in particular processing, is part of manufacturing. And if manufacturing is not growing enough, that's another sign that the situation in agro-industrialization is not that good. Look now at the NDP3 objectives. It envisages 2.2% increase, annual increase in the agricultural sector overall. There is a very impressive, I would say, and very challenging task of a 40% increase in labor productivity in the agro-industrial value chain. And the sector should also create 100,000 new jobs along the value chain. Unless we take agro-industrialization seriously, and it is given a significant boost, we will not be able to achieve these targets. Let me remind you, go into the issue of employment. Uganda is getting about 600,000 new entrants to the labor market every year. Every year. The number of new jobs that the economy creates is just 1/5 of that. So we are talking not only about labor productivity, but we are also talking about the overall level of economic development, the well-being of people, and also undesirable social consequences of a situation where a large number of young people remain unemployed or remain partly employed. Let me now go to the next slide, which shows the regional comparatives of productivity in agriculture between Uganda and some other African countries. As we said before, agricultural productivity in Uganda has been stagnating or slightly decreasing. If you look at the dynamic over starting from 2012, neighboring Rwanda was lagging almost twice behind Uganda in terms of labor productivity in agriculture. Since then, Rwanda has closed that gap, partly because agricultural productivity in Rwanda has been on the rise, and partly because that productivity in Uganda has been on decline. But you will also notice that the gap between Uganda and the other countries here in this chart is growing because of that. There has been some slight increase, with the exception of probably South Africa, where there has also been some decrease, but there has been increase on those other. South Africa is so wide now that decrease in labor productivity in agriculture in South Africa does not really impact the gap between the two countries. The implication of this situation, I know we are going to talk about the African Free Trade Agreement today and the prospects that it creates for Ugandan agro-industrialization. But if this trend, the trend of declining labor productivity persists, it also means a decline in competitiveness of Uganda's agriculture and Uganda's agricultural products. So the country may not be able to benefit from the African Free Trade Agreement as much as it can and as it should. So allow me to conclude here with a few comments. Well, first of all, I suggest that you should not be taken aback and you should not be scared by these statistics. Yes, the situation is challenging, but I hope that our today's discussions will help us to flesh out the ways and approaches to how we can boost and promote agro-industrialization in Uganda. There are many elements of this puzzle. The panel that I participate in after lunch will focus on the financial dimension, but of course, there are many other dimensions. I'm sure that my brother Antonio from FAO will also mention the importance of agricultural techniques and technologies. There are other important issues. And as we move forward and we start our debates and discussions today, we should really give a serious thought to whether the institutional setup that we have at the moment is really conducive to promotion of agro-industrialization. Does that setup provide enough incentives, experience sharing and knowledge sharing, skills development, and last but not least, of course, affordable finance for agro-industrialization? How all these dimensions can be managed better, how they can be honed to make sure that they contribute to progressive agro-industrialization in Uganda is something that I hope will be discussed today. And I look forward to the debates and of course to the conclusions of today's Mkutano, which, as David has mentioned shortly before, we hope to be able to take with our partners in the government, in international financial institutions, in other organizations with interest in agro-industrialization, so that together we can also implement the solutions and recommendations that we are going to develop today. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Dimitri, please. Thank you. Just to recognize the presence of the CEO of the Uganda Tourism Board, Ms. Lilia Jarova. Thank you for making it here. A big connection between tourism and agriculture, as you know. So thank you for making the time to be here, Lily. That last slide, I'd like to give you a fun fact. That last slide that showed us at the bottom and then Rwanda catching up with us. Fun fact, and I don't know if you know this, but most of you are in the business, so of course you do. 50% of the arable land in East Africa is in Uganda. Fun fact. 50% of all usable land for agriculture in the region sits in this country. Food for thought. I'd like to call our next speaker as we continue to lay the terrain, the Uganda representative from the Food and Agriculture Organization, Mr. Antonio. Welcome to the Mkutano. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, friends and partners. My name is Antonio Querido. I am the FAO representative here in Uganda. Allow me to first to do the protocols, recognizing all the representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Industries, but all the representatives of agencies and departments here with us. My friend Dimitri, head of the UNCDF here in Uganda, the CEO of ABI, and the curator of Mokutano, and all friends and partners. Thank you for this opportunity. On behalf of FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Mokutano company for this important event, and all stakeholders here this morning that are joining us to dissect a little bit the agro-industrialization agenda here in Uganda. Agro-industrial, and then I should say that as a FAO, our dream is and vision is a world free of hunger and also free of poverty. And we strongly believe that agro-industrialization can play a substantive role in this process. As you know, agro-industrialization is the growth and development of industrial sector for wealth creation, inclusive growth through an increasing economic integration and productivity in agri-food systems. It requires definitely the growth of agro-processing and agribusiness, but also it requires the development and growth of institutions that are relevant for the organization, but also can foster technological innovation, both on farm and at the company level. Agro-industrialization definitely can promote an inclusive development by providing sustainable jobs and livelihood for the most vulnerable ones. Dimitri has spoken on the opportunity for the youth, but also for the women, the low resource small farmers. But to all the actors within the agri-food system in Uganda, there is an opportunity within agro-industrialization. However, despite this importance of agro-industrialization, we have seen that in our continent, and the numbers that was shared this morning clearly illustrate that there has been a minimal and to a large extent a non-inclusive progress when it comes to agro-industrialization. Unfortunately, our continent is still a food net importer, despite what we have recognized here in terms of the potential that we do have when it comes to arable land, when it comes to water, but also when it comes to the market that we represent. We're still not trading among ourselves to the levels that we have seen in other regions. So, but there is a good trend that we're seeing increasingly. There is a shift in terms of an overall sentiment of the potential of manufacturing in our continent. This is quite good, recognizing a huge potential that our continent has when it comes to agro-industrialization. But our agriculture is not performing well. This is not only here in Uganda, but throughout. We have seen that manufacturing remains the lowest in terms of value added, but also the lowest in terms of employment and service. And we have seen that the trend is mainly serving the domestic consumers. For Uganda, definitely needs to transform its agri-food system in order to sustain the economic growth. This is only possible with the right policies and enabling environment that can provide spaces for agro-industrialization to continue to grow. From the point of view of sustainable economic growth, and also in terms of food security, poverty reduction, we strongly believe that agro-industry is of paramount. We have seen a number of studies that shows and demonstrates that indeed it can have a strong impact when it comes to poverty alleviation, but also to economic growth. I think, let me just pause a bit and to take you to the Agenda 2030 that sets as a goal to end hunger by the end of this decade, but also to achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture, as well as promoting inclusive but also sustainable industrialization and foster innovation. These are basically on the two goals, SDG 2, but also SDG 9. For Uganda, in terms of its long-term to industrialize and transform the structure of its economy by 2040, we strongly believe that this transformation is possible, and agriculture sector offers an opportunity to promote a sustainable and inclusive agro-industrialization. So the goal of agro-industrialization program to increase commercialization and competitiveness of agriculture production and agro-processing is a good one. And we have seen particularly the NDP3 through its programs clearly laid out a number of important actions that we need to take to realize this potential. But even NDP3 also recognize that agriculture sector is characterized by low agriculture production and productivity. This needs to be improved. We also have issues related to poor storage and infrastructures, issues related to poor market access and low competitiveness for products in domestic and also at the regional level, and also a number of other challenges that we see within the agriculture sector that needs to be addressed. However, we do have opportunities when we look at Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which aims at creating a single market for goods and service within our continent, and also facilitates the movement of people throughout. This definitely creates an opportunity for Uganda to exploit agro-industrialization agenda in order to feed the country, but also look at the opportunities in terms of global value chain within our continent. But in order for Uganda to achieve this goal, it must address certain challenges. I would like to name a few without going into much detail given the time. First is the access to infrastructure. Access to infrastructure such as roads, railways, energy, particularly electricity, but access to water, that is a fundamental and a limiting factor in agriculture production, addressing the communication issues, but also to see how these are provided at the lowest cost. It is important for the global competitiveness. Another important challenge part of the important challenge is access to finance. I normally joke among our friends that saying that our farmers, they need most, and first and foremost, the financing, more than the technical know-how. We've been for quite some time knowing what to do, but the limiting factor is access to finance. We know that our banks are averse when it comes to agriculture risks. This is a sector that indeed is a risky sector, and too often the amount of resources coming to the sector is not sufficient to promote the desirable impact of agro-industrialization of agro-industries. So access to finance is critical. But next is access to market. I would also link this to the managerial skills. Lack of access to markets, both international and at the regional level, really creates an impediment to the development of agro-industry here in Uganda, but we have also seen this trend throughout the continent. We need to invest more also when it comes to entrepreneurial and managerial skills. We have to admit, friends, that when it comes to this particular dimension, we still have a number of deficits. How to look at agriculture as a business, but how we have in place a set of skills that allow our companies to do well, not only here in local market, but also at the regional level. Briefly, I think the role of research is important for Uganda, but also for our continent. It is important that we understand our challenges and bring innovations to help address these issues related to the competitiveness of agro-industries, creating the capacities that is needed for the economic transformation, but also to create jobs for sustainable development. With all this, we should not neglect some environmental challenges. As you know, agriculture sector is one of the main contributors to climate change when it comes to the emission of greenhouse gases. So as we promote agro-industrialization, we should be mindful of the environmental effects that it can have if it left unchecked. So reasonable environmental policies, regulations, strengthen the institutional capacity to continue to monitor the systems of the agri-food systems is also of paramount importance. In September last year, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, called for a food system summit. I don't know if you recall this, but this summit was, to launch a new actions to transform the way the world is producing, but the way we're consuming, and also the way we're disposing of food, because we believe that this is important for the achievement of the sustainable development goals. But as you know, our food system and throughout, including here in Uganda, is a fragile one. And we realize that there is some challenge. And when the food system fails, we know that there is an impact, not only in the education, but health, in the economies, even on peace and security. So as FAO, we have put a strategic framework that will go from 2021 to 2031 that seeks to support countries in realizing this Agenda 2030. Our aim is to transform or to help on the transformation of a sustainable agri-food system, an agri-food system that is efficient, an agri-food system that is inclusive, that is resilient, but that promotes the sustainable development, because what we truly want is to have a better production, is to have a better nutrition, a better environment, but working for a better life and leaving no one behind. We believe that this is also the shared goal of the agro-industrialization agenda of Uganda, and it is under the leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture, under the leadership of Ministry of Industries and other partners here, particularly the private sector. We believe that this is possible, but we must get the fundamentals right and address the challenge that I spoke. So with these words, friends and partners, I would like to wish all of you a successful deliberation. And we believe that this space creates an opportunity for us to see how collectively, looking at all partners, all actors within the agri-food system, and what can we do to ensure that we support Uganda in the transformation in its agri-food system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Let's give him another round of applause. We shall be starting our first of 3 sessions very shortly. And a quick reminder that if you would like to follow the conversation online, it is Mkutano 22, that's the hashtag. And again, a warm welcome to everybody joining us on YouTube and Twitter. If anybody of your friends has asked that they can't make it here, but they would like to follow, please ask them to go to YouTube or Twitter. We are live there. Our final setting the stage or laying the terrain speaker for the morning is the country manager for AFDB Bank, Mr. Augustine Ngafwan. I hope I've said that right. If I haven't, I apologize. Karibu sana Mkutano. Thank you. Oh, by the way, like I said, Bob here is doing a live drawing. I hope I'm not the only one to see what it will look like after, because he's facing this way, but he's going to be drawing you guys. I'd like to see how that looks like. Welcome, Augustine.
Representatives of government institutions here present, my fellow speakers and colleagues from the development partner community, private sector actors in the agricultural sector, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to join you at this very important high-level stakeholder meeting to brainstorm and discuss the laying down of an agro-industrial infrastructure in Uganda. Let me take this opportunity to commend the Mokutano team for their efforts and commitment in arranging this important discussion. Agriculture remains the backbone of Uganda's economy and the means of livelihood for most of the rural population. The sector currently accounts for 23% of Uganda's GDP and employs about 70%, more than 10 million, of the total labor force. Its contribution to total goods export earnings in 2020 was 31%, which remains high despite the fall from about 46% in 2010. Despite this enormous contribution to the economy, the sector over the last 10 years has registered varying and sluggish growth, though with a couple of high-performing years. On average, the agricultural sector grew by 2.8% between 2010 and 2020, which when compared with the average agricultural labor force growth of 3.3%, implies that more people are entering the sector than sector output is increasing. In other words, agricultural productivity and therefore farmer incomes have been declining. This sends a clear message to government and stakeholders that we need to put in place productivity enhancing investments that can drive higher output growth to be able to cope with increasing population and food requirements across the region. The potential for agricultural sector remains enormous to ensure the country continues to feed its rapidly increasing population while continuing to grow its export markets regionally and globally. The expansion of the East African community to include South Sudan and Democratic Republic of Congo presents opportunities for increased agricultural production and export. It also presents the opportunity to add value, creating jobs in the process, and further increasing Uganda's agricultural export earnings. However, the following key issues may be considered at this forum as we discuss agribusiness and agro-industrialization infrastructure. The first, the majority of agro-processors are operating at much less than their full installed capacity. Coffee at an average capacity of 40%. Fish at an average of 30%. Dairy at an average of 66%. Beef at less than 20%. Cassava at 20 to 50%, etc. What is driving underutilization? Insufficient supply of raw materials, financing for purchasing raw materials, final consumption market issues. 2, the high cost of financing is limiting capital investments in agricultural production and productivity, value addition, marketing, and large-scale industrial investments. The market cost of financing of 20% and above is not conducive to prospective agro investors. As a result, products reach the market at higher prices compared to imported agricultural goods. This is one reason for exporting raw materials rather than using them in local processing and manufacturing for the Ugandan market. What can be done to reduce these costs? 3, agricultural production is dominated by smallholder farmers, estimated to deliver 75 to 80% of the total agricultural output and marketed agricultural produce. How do agro-processors and agro-industry mobilize and maintain loyalty of large groups of individual farmers spread across the country for reliable supplies of raw materials that are of acceptable quality? Is it the cooperative movement? Can it be driven by attractive supply prices? Is it contract farming, like in sugar and palm oil subsectors? Which is the solution? 4, Most agro-processors and agro-industrial actors have not invested in nucleus farms to produce the amounts of raw materials required for their industrial activities and outputs. A shift to nucleus farming would ensure that the industry does not entirely depend on the vast smallholder suppliers. Rather, it will provide a demonstration of the quality required of the many smallholder suppliers. What is the issue? Is it the increasing difficulty to access land that is limiting this approach? What can be done to ensure equitable access to productive land and other factors of production, rather? Dear colleagues, the agricultural sector continues to face several challenges despite the various policy shifts and strategic programming. These challenges include: one, inadequate budgetary allocation. Sector is a key constraint. Uganda is still very far from achieving the 10% share of the country's budget allocation to the sector agreed under the Mkutano Declaration. The average budget allocation has been oscillating between 2.6% and 3.1% since 2014. The approved budget allocation for last year's budget was only 2.7%. The insufficient budget allocation has led to reduced service delivery by the relevant institutions under the sector. Two, low absorption of modern technology. Although Uganda has a well-developed agricultural research system, use of modern science and technology in agricultural production is still limited. Inadequate research extension farmer linkages to facilitate demand-driven research and increased use of improved technologies continues to constrain efforts to increase agricultural productivity. Furthermore, the extension system is undercapacitated, lacks motivation, and is thinly spread across the country. The National Agricultural Research Organization has released many new crop varieties, but a large number remain on the shelf. Marketing of these varieties remains inadequate for their popularization among the farming communities. Three, high costs and increased adulteration of outputs. The cost of imports, seeds, pesticides, fertilizers, drugs, and vaccines is very high for most resource-poor farmers. High costs leads to low application of inputs, lowering productivity, and reducing the quality of raw materials. Even those farmers who choose to use the inputs face challenges with adulterated supplies. Estimates indicate that current farmer yields are only 40% of those currently realized at agricultural stations. Four, high pre and post-harvest lack of adequate technologies for drying and other factors. The effect is quality deterioration and lower prices. 5, heavy livestock losses to diseases and pests. Livestock diseases and pests, and there are many, affect animal production and pose a threat to human health. Specifically, revenue losses are incurred through death, reduced productivity, and the loss of product markets. The prevalence of transboundary diseases continues to be a challenge. And 6, insufficient water storage infrastructure. The high variability of floods and droughts is likely to increase with global climate change. Water harvesting and storage infrastructure need to be expanded to store the runoff for livestock watering points, irrigated agriculture, and fish farming. The African Development Bank has supported the agricultural sector for more than 10 years. Our public investments have mainly been in supportive agricultural infrastructure, including construction, rehabilitation, and expansion of major irrigation schemes. The bank has also supported the construction of community access roads and small bridges under the Community Agricultural Infrastructure Improvement Program to open up high productive areas of the country to the market for both the farm produce and required farm imports. The ongoing agricultural value chain development program enhances the development of maize, rice, and dairy value chains by supporting farmers' access to appropriate inputs to increase production and productivity. In line with the bank's Feed Africa strategy, there is a renewed and determined effort to transform African agriculture into a global, competitive, inclusive, and business-oriented sector that creates wealth, generates gainful employment, and improves the quality of life. The bank has a dedicated team of experienced agricultural finance professionals responsible for agribusiness investments. In fact, one of those teams is in country on a mission today as we speak. Our strategy is to structure projects that lead to investment in mid-sized and large African and international agro companies and private equity and impact funds with an agriculture focus. Dear colleagues, I once again congratulate the curator and the Mokutano team for bringing us together to discuss these important issues. I hope that recommendations proffered during these discussions will assist the government to further expand its policy and strategic orientation to facilitate growth of agro-industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Augustine. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Director of Crop Resources from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, Mr. Stephen Twejuka Biantwale. Thank you so much for joining us. Karibu Mkutano. Now, remember what David said in his opening remarks. The work of everything we discuss here starts post the Mkutano. Now that we have a representative from the ministry, everything we agree, we are sure will reach the ministry if the ministry needs to act on a couple of things. So thanks, guys, for laying the terrain. We now get into our first session, and I will ask the chair of that session, Mr. Arnold Kwizera to please take his seat in the center of the round table. As he does that, I would like to ask our previous speakers, and I think the ones here present are Augustine and Mona, to please come on stage very quickly for a quick photograph for those who are laying the terrain. And yes, and David, please join them, and our guest of honor. Augustine, Mona, please come very quickly for a quick photograph. As they do that, we have a presentation as part of our session. Thank you very much. As Arnold gets ready to take the stage, I think Paul Turner is online. And Paul Turner will give a presentation. He is a specialist from the World Bank, from the private sector. And right after his presentation is done, Arnold will introduce his team and invite them onto the round table in the middle. I hope Paul Turner is on and ready because he's joining us on Zoom.
Hello, hi everyone. I hope you can see and hear me. I'm going to do an extremely quick overview, and I hope when I share my screen, it's going to work. But basically, I want to share with you some of the findings that we've had from the country private sector diagnostic that we started just over a year ago. This is something that the World Bank Group does every few years in different countries, where it identifies the main private sector-led opportunities for sustainable economic growth. It looks at the constraints, and it looks and makes a series of policy reforms and recommendations to government. So that's the idea. It's the idea to see what role the private sector can have in terms of really being able to drive specific sectors. And just before we get into the agro sector, I think it's worth pointing out that the actual country private sector diagnostic highlights initially some of the strengths that Uganda has in terms of a liberal and pro-private sector policy historically, the fact that Uganda has successfully leveraged intra-regional aid trade to its advantage. Now, around 50% of Ugandan exports are going to the region compared to 2018 when it was just under 20%. And as a result, the fact that Uganda has been historically in the recent decades attractive to foreign direct investment, was reaching $1.3 billion pre-COVID in terms of an ability to attract foreign investment. So I think that just sets the context. Why Uganda? Well, in many ways, there are positives and negatives in terms of the Uganda story. I think in terms of some of the negatives that we point out, there has been too little input, too little investment in human capital that needs to increase. The rapid population growth, Dimitri was saying earlier that this can be both a demographic dividend, but it can also be a challenge with a huge amount of people joining the labor market every year. Ugandan firms struggle to grow. 7 in 10 jobs come from the micro enterprise sector, from SMEs or smaller. But the problem is that around 85 to 90% of SMEs only survive 5 years in Uganda. So that's a real challenge in terms of getting that private sector environment right. Vulnerability to climate change and rapid urbanization, a bit like the demographic change, that can be both a positive and negative. but it does mean that there is an increasing strain on the urban centers in the country if infrastructure provision can't keep pace. So now I'm going to move on to the agribusiness sector, and I'm very, very quickly just going to give you some key highlights. We chose 3 sectors: agribusiness, housing, agribusiness, housing, and energy. And the reason we chose those sectors is because they play to the Ugandan story. Agribusiness is the backbone of the economy. 70% of people are in this sector. We chose housing because of the shift from rural to urban. People are needing to be housed, but there is a gap in terms of affordable housing. So how could the private sector help plug that gap? And then energy, for obvious reasons, to be able to power the economic transition in Uganda from rural to urban, to build up the agribusiness sector and to be able to kind of power that. In the agribusiness sector, there's a lot of constraints there, and I won't go into them all because colleagues already have actually pointed out many of them. I think that one of the key things I'd point out is the logistics challenge. The access to agricultural finance is a huge challenge, and also the quality of some of the inputs in the sector are continue to be a burden. Especially, and I think this is why I want to point out now, because we looked at maize, post-harvest loss is still a huge problem. There's only, I think, 30% of the warehouse capacity that's actually used in the country. So within the agribusiness sector, we then looked at the opportunities, the obvious opportunities there. 8 out of 10 of exports from the country are in the agribusiness sector. So it is, as I said a moment ago, their backbone. It is also accounts for 2/3 of the manufacturing output, and that's important. So if you look at the pie graph there, you see how much agro-processing dominates the whole secondary economy, if you like, secondary sector economy, to a huge way. In terms of the next, it's actually bricks and cement and chemicals, which make up around 17%. So agribusiness is in a sense got to be the future, which is why we have the conference today. And also, as I've said, 70% of people are in the sector in some way or another, and 9 out of 10 of Uganda's poor living in rural areas. So we then, within the agribusiness sector, we looked at specific subsectors. We looked at fisheries, we looked at dairy, we looked at maize. I'm going to start with maize at the right-hand end of the screen, because maize, in a sense, has had a lot of publicity recently for the wrong reasons in terms of lack of quality control, about the trading relationship with Kenya. But it does show that both in quality control and in post-harvest losses, maize has very, very obvious blockages, which can be addressed quite easily in order to make it, for Uganda, a regional trade asset. And we feel that the focus for maize really needs to be built up more and more. In dairy, there's a high dependency on the Kenyan market. But again and again, as it's come through in previous speakers, the productivity levels are only a quarter of the potential and much lower, for example, than Rwanda and Kenya. Again, poor feeding and animal care practices being one of the reasons for that. And finally, on fisheries, there is a huge potential for obvious reasons in Uganda, but the high cost of inputs, fish feed coming from places like Mauritius, has been a deterrent to the growing illegal, unreported, unregulated fish trade, and again, a sort of poor quality supply chains, meaning that the sector hasn't grown as much as we think it should. So what we've done with government is we've looked at the overarching constraints, but we've also looked at specific areas to target in the agribusiness sector with a focus on those 3 sectors. And our next step with government is now to drill down further and look at a range of, yes, in some cases, infrastructural investment, but also areas which will cost less money in terms of regulatory reform, in terms of building up supply chains in those 3 sectors. So the purpose of this brief intervention was just to really show what the bank group is doing, and really how we are getting into the very specifics of the agribusiness sector. So I'll stop there, and I hope that's helped contribute to the debate. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Paul Turner. And now we get into our first session of the day, which is a long-term outlook on agri-industrialization, the opportunities and the risks. The session will be chaired by a CNBC Affairs anchor, Arnold Kwizera, who is already seated. On the panel, who I ask now to please join him as soon as you can, ASAP, we're running behind on time. Dr. Ivan Lule, who's a board member of the National Planning Authority. Please join him in the center. Mr. Jean-Marie Biakwedi, who is the FAO Policy Officer. Please join Arnold on stage. The Managing Director of New Bukumbi Coffee Processors Limited from Fort Portal, Mr. David Ndemeire Bengana. Please join him on the center. Mr. Noah Womjisha, who is Head of Investments and Business Development Services and Green Growth. Joining them online will be Mr. Michael Cullen, I think, yes, who's the Terra Global, from Terra Global Capital. Arnold, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcus. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, let's have some energy, some energy. Good morning. Yes, as Marcus alluded to, my name is Arnold Kwizera. I'm an anchor with CNBC Africa. Great to be back home, first of all. Great to be back home. Mikado, thank you for this invitation. Agriculture and the conversation. Paul Turner has just laid the ground for us. But before we begin our conversation, I want to give us some context. So I love numbers. So I'm going to throw some numbers out there and they should resonate with us as this conversation goes on, right? 35 billion US dollars is the first number I'm going to put out there. 1.2 billion population is the second number I'm going to put out there. Less than, and this is key to our conversation, less than 7.5% intra-Africa regional trade. That's a third number I'll put out there. 2.2% annual increase in agriculture sector growth. Another number, I think Dimitri shared that earlier. 40% increase in labor productivity in the agro-industrial value chain. That was also shared. And the need, 100,000 jobs are needed for us to be able to get to where we want to go to. Where is that place we want to go to? I think that's what this conversation is going to determine, a long-term outlook on agri-industrialization opportunities and risks. Now, just to amplify that, the annual food import bill of this continent stands at 35 billion US dollars. That's in the regional economic blocks. I don't like using the term sub-Saharan Africa for its reasons. So I'll say South, East, and West and Central African regional economic blocks. A ready export market for Uganda, particularly on the back of the ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, the AFCFTA. Now, in a blog article, the FAO Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Africa, Abebe Hale Gabriel, argued that, quote, it is in agriculture where the AFCFTA's ambitions can find the most fertile ground. We're going to dissect that. Now, once again, allow me to introduce our panel of experts who are going to help us break this down. Dr. Ivan Lule, he's a board member, National Planning Authority. We'll also be joined virtually by Dr. Michael Cullen from the Terra Global Capital. We're also joined by Jean-Marie Biakweli from the Food and Agriculture Policy Office. We're also joined by Mr. David Ndemeire Bengana, also the Managing Director at New Bukumbi Coffee Processors Limited in Fort Portal, or also known as Fort Potro, if we were to go with it. And Mr. Noah Omgisha, Head of Investments, Business Development Service, and Green Growth. Now, to start our conversation, I want to start with you, Dr. Lule. Planning is key. We plan. We have a lot of good policies on paper. We keep planning. But why is it important for us to plan properly, for us to achieve what we want to achieve with the agro-industrial workforce?
Thank you very much, moderator. I thank you for that question that you've asked. As a country, we embraced planning way back in 2002, when the National Planning Authority was established and the mandate of developing comprehensive and integrated national development plans as well as policies. And the journey has been difficult because naturally in Uganda, we had not been planning. We have been able to put up a comprehensive national development plan, a comprehensive national development framework through which we define the national development plans. So far, we are on the 3rd national development plan. And for the first time in Uganda, we see an integrated approach. You remember in the past, we have had the PMA, we have had the PEEP. All these were programs meant to alleviate poverty. But we see we had a piecemeal approach to the entire problem. So the agro-industrialization program, for example, the NDP3 is a very good example which defines the value chain approach and emphasizes the importance of planning, because then now you see that all the stakeholders that need to contribute to the problem are actually defined. If you take a very good example, if you want to improve access to credit to farmers, for example, then you're outside the space of the sector, which is agriculture sector. Maybe they do have some pocket funds left and right, but then the biggest sources of credit may be the banks. And so you're crossing into another sector, the banking sector, which requires to be regulated. So planning has become very important, and I'm happy that many of the stakeholders now value the NDP3, and we talk about it. There are many other tools that we use to effect this plan, and some of them are indirect, some of them appear to be plans, but they are very important for us in the planning process. Thank you.
You've laid the groundwork. You've hinted on a few things that we're going to dive in a little bit later. I want to bring Jean-Marie into the conversation. And this is in regards to agri-food systems, right? You talked about planning. One of those plans is the agri-food system. Now, there was a commitment that was made last year by many countries on the continent, the United Nations, regarding agri-food systems, where they committed to an array of things: food security, agro-industrialization, to mention but a few. Uganda is one of the countries that committed to that. Why is that important for Uganda to commit to it? But why is it even more important to see it come to fruition?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I think, of course, Uganda committed to transform its agri-food systems during the UN Food Systems Summit held in September 2021. And one of the key outcomes was that Ugandan considered that agro-industrialization could be a very good entry point to meet some objectives. For example, objectives on food security, nutrition, and health, because if agro-industrialization in Uganda is effective, you can increase productivity, but also improve a number of other challenges such supply chains, very important, promote, enhance quality assurance and food safety, and being able to distribute healthy diets to meet food need for Uganda. This is very important, considering that if you look at the Ugandan daily calorie intake, which is standard 15% lower, as opposed to WHO FAO daily calorie intake requirement of 2,200 kilocalories per day. So this is very important. But agro-industrialization also is very important, considering that we needed to build a sustainable earth. I mean, we needed to cater for environmental sustainability for Uganda. So far, agriculture production has been done at the expenses of deforestation, land encroachment, greenhouse gas productions, loss of the biodiversity, and this is not sustainable. So through agro-industrialization, I think we can fix those problems. Most importantly also, we need also to look at social inclusion. We don't want to leave no one behind, and we need to cater for women needs, youth need in terms of job creations, but also in terms of balancing public investment across different regions, but without also forgetting the last objective, which is economic development, agro-industrialization in Uganda, if it is done through a sustainable agri-food system transformation, it will lead to more jobs created, but also effective poverty reductions. Thank you.
Very, very strong remarks you end there with economic development, and key to that economic development is the private sector. So we have the right segue right there to bring in Mr. Bayingana into the conversation. Now, off the bat, an opinion, more or less, how best can a country like Uganda leverage its agro assets? Basically, what ingredients are required there?
Morning, Arthur. Well, I think I'm supposed to bring a private sector kind of approach
yes,
to this thing. So I first want to explain what, how we probably ended up here. You know, our company is deals with about 3,000 smallholders in the Rwenzori area. Basically, it's a coffee processing company, but we also got into a second value chain, which is Irish potato production through those farmers. And I think that's the reason why we got involved in this discussion. So we have obviously walked those challenges. There are very, very many challenges which we have faced in, we do the potato production through our smallholders. And the footprint is now quite heavy. And as the former speaker was saying, the previous speaker is saying, we have managed to get into organized agriculture, and we're therefore reducing a lot of the ills which he was talking about, the environmental ones and so on and so forth. Basically, we have potato production which is organized in 3 districts in Rwenzori area. We produce almost 1,000 metric tons every year. And because of using high value inputs, the farmers are more comfortable, and we find that it becomes more sustainable from an agricultural perspective and from an environmental perspective. For example, we moved farmers from 20, almost 2 tons per acre to they produce 10 tons. And therefore, you find that the environmental footprint, if we're talking about it from an environmental perspective, they are very food secure now. The optimization of land is very, very key. And we have found that we're now going to increase to almost 1,000 farmers in the next 2 years. And I think that it's one of the things which is going to help. So if we have organized agriculture, you will find that most of the things which we are talking about, which are threatening the environment and threatening production in the country, will be sort of addressed. I don't know if you get my point.
We totally get your point. David, your namesake David has made a commitment, 1,000 farmers next year. This is our first Agri-Mkutano. So next year we hold him accountable to that commitment. No.
Yeah, we're on 500. So
500? So you're going to double that number by next year to 500?
We have entered into a program. We're being supported now by MasterCard Foundation. We're being supported by private sector. It's actually, we have now a youth segment of the program, so which is being supported by, so I'm sure we'll make it. We have onboarded them, and we have mechanized it. So I don't think there's any reason which will prevent us from meeting those targets.
Okay. Thank you. I want to go to someone that is virtual. He woke up super early to join us. This is Dr. Cullen. And Dr. Cullen, if you could hear us, I want you to talk about one of the things that was overshadowed over the past 2 years, largely by the COVID-19 pandemic, and that was climate change and its effects on agriculture. How did that happen? We saw the locusts invasion that happened in the Rift Valley region being an example of that. So why is this key in ensuring that we achieve the agro-industrialization that we need to achieve as 1, Uganda, 2, as a region, 3, as a continent?
Okay. Well, I think, thank you, Mr. Kwizera, for the question. And I work with a company that provides private capital to do projects that create carbon credits out of land use programs, especially red credits. So I'm not sure I can speak directly to what is needed at the value chain level, let's say, but I would say that the kinds of opportunities that we work with are really part of the enabling environment to help what you're talking about, this agro-industrialization of agriculture. To me, that simply means improving the productivity, the efficiency of these systems through better inputs, largely through better technology, connecting people, better finance, and so forth. And there's a lot of ways that you can improve efficiencies by not having to change enormously some of these systems in place. But if we can step back for a moment, the kinds of things that we work on, as I say, are really the enabling environment that do help communities become more resilient. They're more inclusive, and they also help food security in the sense that when we help communities preserve and grow back forested areas, we typically have activities that also include agroforestry, planting of other fruit trees or nut trees, providing more incomes. When these landscapes are made more sustainable, then you will have better outcomes for those communities. The credits that we generate and sell into the market, what they actually do, that money that comes back to the communities is really potentiating the public investments that we heard about, that Uganda has to make, that other countries have to make in the region, that Africa is making in general. Donors are making those kinds of investments. But having private sector money come into communities to help bolster activities that support regeneration of forests and protecting forests will help extend those investments over 20 or 30 years. And when communities, I just saw a piece of research recently from a woman at Makerere University who said to me, we did a study looking at payments to communities. When they were paid, they did the right thing in terms of preserving forests and their agroforestry systems. So this is what we're helping to do to enable the environment that will allow you to go forward with this agro-industrialization.
Dr. Cullen, I want to stay with you there, and I want you to expound on something that you've hinted on, sustainable actions, right? Practicalities. If you could go down to examples that can be done on the ground in helping us achieve the goals or achieve those sustainable policies that you speak of. Expound further on that, on what practicalities could be done to ensure that we have sustainable mitigating policies.
Well, I think what I would, instead of looking at the policies per se, what I'm suggesting is, at least in this dimension, in terms of managing landscapes, that you are, again, providing incomes to those communities to help bolster, to give them an incentive to do the right thing. So by preserving forests or planting trees to grow back forests, you are going to improve those landscapes. You have better watershed management. You'll have more organic material in the soil. You will have better forage for animals. You'll have better productivity and more biodiversity as well. In my conversation with David the other day, you know, I was mentioning that I saw another study about when you have GMO products on the landscape, you reduce biodiversity. So when we allow these landscapes to regenerate, you get more biodiversity and much more healthy environments. And that, in my vision, is how you make things more sustainable, by actually paying attention to what has to happen on the landscape itself. And providing the possibility for people, to undertake these activities and keep them up. That's the point here. The private sector financing can do that. Now, in addition, these governments have all made pledges, especially African governments, to reduce emissions in their countries. So you've got to look at the policies, using chemical fertilizers or pesticides, things like that if they're made locally. But reducing emissions is one of the big policy goals of all these African countries. And by also doing these projects that I'm talking about, RED projects in particular, you're helping governments meet those goals as well, which is another, again, the enabling environment for sustainability.
Thank you, Dr. Colin. We'll be coming back to you just a little bit later. I want to bring Mr. Noah Omukisha, the head of business development, head of investments, business development services and growth at ABI. And I want you to tap into ABI's functionality. Earlier off the bat conversation, you have a mixed model. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So you provide capital and through intermediaries, both, grants and loans to agribusinesses across the entire value chain, but particular, right? Which part of the value addition chain do you think needs the most capital, and what can it do to attain that capital?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. At ABI, we believe each one in the value chain needs capital in the way they need it. So we do not segregate. I can give you an example. Even if you build a factory of 100 metric ton processing capacity on a daily, but your farmers can only give you 2 tons a day, it doesn't matter. You never have outturn of your factory that will go beyond the 2 tons you get from your farmers. So at ABI, we've come to a consensus that you must take a value chain approach. Each value chain segment is unique. The financing needs of the farmer are unique. They need inputs, they need good seed. They need organic fertilizer, which is not going to endanger biodiversity and the rest of the things. If, for example, you're using a greening approach to your production. If you look at post-harvest handling, a bit is done on the farm, a bit is done at the collection point, maybe by a collector. They need different capital, warehousing, dryers, taplings for drying. If you look at the processor, he has a factory. He needs equipment. He needs motors to run the mill. He does not need inputs. You can now not be structuring a financing product that only has an orientation towards inputs, and then you're not talking about the energy issues around milling. It will make milling unprofitable, and then the miller will not have appetite for processing more, and the farmer will not have market for selling their produce. So we take a holistic approach all the way from research, because that's where the product starts, whether it is in knowledge, whether it is a variety, whether it is a machine, and then we go all the way up to the consumer. If any of those segments of the value chain are not comfortable, if they are not talking to each other, if they are not networked, you will not succeed with agro-industrialization. The second thing is that at each segment of the value chain, you must articulate the business case for each investment. If the farmer thinks it is not profitable to buy inputs, they will not buy inputs, and therefore yield will be compromised. And at the end of the day, your ambitions of moving from 5 million bags of coffee to 20 million bags of coffee, you will not attain it. If the farmer is not greening how they are doing agriculture, if they are not using the right inputs, if they are not using varieties which are adapted to climate change, they will not have the yield. We anticipate that at the rate at which the global warming is happening and the climate change is happening, we'll lose 70% of the yield of coffee by 2050 if we don't behave nicely. What that means, therefore, is that when you're busy, anticipating to grow from 5 million bags to 20 million bags, you're going to lose 70% of the 5 million bags you have now by 2050 if you do not adapt to climate change. That is only on doing a business case to inform each value chain actor why they need to go borrow money if they don't have, and invest in good practices, whether it is at processing, whether it is at research, whether it is on the farm, whether it is at consumption. The third thing, critical, is you must have the right financing instruments. Right financing instruments. The other day I was in a solar energy meeting, and we had financial institutions. And financial institutions were okay with having solar products. But I asked them, if my problem around green growth is biogas, I'm a cattle farmer, and I come to your bank and the only green loan product you have is the one for solar. Yet, methane, which is a product, which is the byproduct of livestock, in terms of toxicity, is up to about, I think, over 5+ times more toxic than CO2 that I'm trying to avoid by switching from a diesel generator to solar. I'm a worse contributor to climate change, but you don't have a product for me in the bank. We are both farmers, remember. So you must have the right financing instruments. Blend grants and loans nicely. Sometimes it's cheaper to have a loan than a grant. I'll get an opportunity to talk about that later. Because let me quickly, 1 minute. If I give you a loan at interest of 20%, but I tell you, rather, if I give you a grant and I tell you, you want to do a 2 billion project, agro-industrialization project, 2 billion investment, I tell you, I'm giving you a grant of 1 billion, go borrow a loan of 30% interest from a local bank. It means my giving you a grant is going to cost you 300 million Uganda shillings by the time you finish servicing your small loan of 1 billion, which you borrowed to be able to match my grant of 1 billion. What does that mean? If I gave you a concessional loan of 5%, you may be looking better at the end of the project time than when you had borrowed at 30%, 1 billion shillings. So there is need for making sure the blending of the financing instruments is right, and for each value chain actor based on their financing needs. Lastly, you must de-risk agriculture. Yeah, I mean, everyone is shunning because it is risky. And then, so do guarantees, do insurance, do greening, offer BDS. Let people know where the money is in value chains. Let them know how to get it. And if we can do those well, we should be able to agro-industrialize. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. I want to stay with you, but I also want to look at the audience. Do we have any bankers here? A consistent big bank or partners? Do we have any bankers here? Okay, yeah. David, we need these people in the room, these financing instruments. They're online? Okay, we will definitely go to them. Noah, I want to stay with you, and that was regards to your second point, which was around research and development. And you've given us an alarming number, which is 70% yield of coffee by 2050 could be lost. That's just 28 years from today, right? So Israel, I want to use that as an example. Israel is one of the most efficient agro-industrialized countries globally. Israel spends 8% of their GDP on research and development. South Korea, another efficient agriculture country, spends about 5% of their GDP on research and development. Africa as a continent spends less than 1% of its GDP on research and development. How do we change that using the financial models? You're talking about that. And Dr. Lai, I want you to dive into that as well regarding that capital intensive and those finance instruments. Noah.
Like I said, research is the segment number one for every value chain. You must do a business case for research. If you're coming to me as a financer, why should I give you 2 billion to go in the bushes and collect leaves and earthworms and soil? You must be able to tag what you're doing in the field with a business case which reads like this. I'm going to see the rate at which biodiversity is being lost, because biodiversity has a direct effect on yield. And if you lose this much, if the rate of loss of biodiversity matches the rate of loss of yield, it means agriculture will not, actually people will not have food to eat in the next 100 years. Who wouldn't take you seriously? The question is, how many scientists can pitch to a non-scientist like that? So you must have a business case for whatever you want to be funded. Yet, because at ABI, we have a privilege of everyone is welcome as long as you're in agribusiness. And we have a few partners here. They will tell you what they go through to access our support. It's available, but we even advertise grants and people fail to apply for them just because they cannot answer basic questions such as, what do you need this money for? What impact is your project going to have on basic things such as, you know, the NDP 3 objectives. So we must move away from the comfort of, I'm the best virologist, I'm the best agronomist, I'm the best biotech person, to saying biotechnology is the pillar for food security. It is a pillar for cutting emissions. It is a pillar for increasing jobs. It is a pillar for increasing industrialization. Once we are there, then funds will flow. I've seen scientists getting money from overseas. We may not listen to them locally. Our pocket may be small as a country to be able to finance good quality research. But if we can pitch, the world will hear and it will come to us in terms of funding and facilitation. Yeah.
Thank you, Noah. Agri-financing. Noah has laid the groundwork. Why is this key and how do we attain it?
Thank you, moderator. Agri-financing is very important because one of the issues identified in the NDP3 that defines the overall objective is access to finance. And we have said this for a long time, I want to say, and it has been a challenge for some time. We want to provide solutions that are really long-term and solutions that can actually adaptable to the people that you're trying to target, because you're dealing with somebody who has a lot of risk behind him. Mr. Womungisha has mentioned a number of things, but as from a planning perspective, we want to first of all look at the biggest person who can provide us the funds, and that's the banking sector, and address some of the challenges that he faces. If you look at, for example, the non-performing loan targets that a bank is required, we talked about 5%. Remember, a bank is there to make money. Now you're telling it to stay within 5%. It's almost impossible for it to fund or to give a loan to a farmer who cannot actually provide the collateral that is necessary for the bank. So from a planning perspective, we would think that we now want to look at the policy regulatory framework or the regulations that we have provided for the bank. Can we, for example, relax this policy and move up to 10%, such that we increase the risk appetite for this banker? But at the same time, we also have other regulatory policies that we have to revise, because if you take an example, today, a bank, we were looking at some of the operational costs that most of the banks have in our country. And we are surprised to learn that there's a significant amount of money that is spent on just documentation, because the central bank requires them to have hard copies. So you keep so many documents of all those 500,000 clients, and they are spending lots of money on just documentation. As we embrace the 4IR, maybe we could consider an e-platform for this kind of documentation. Then you significantly reduce the cost of the bank, and you make him feel more comfortable to loan out to these people. Of course, this now is married to the agricultural insurance that we're trying to implement under the NDP3 intervention. So yes, it is a challenge, but our reforms are around those banks that can be a game changer. Then from a realistic point of view, we want to think about our public banks, the ones of which we have full charge. These are the banks that have not been capitalized for quite some time. Some of them are still low tier 3, tier 2. If we capitalize these banks and redirect them back to their clear objectives, we have housing. Housing finance may not so much be linked to agriculture, but we have private microfinance that talks to the small circles that could benefit much more than they're benefiting right now if we further capitalize these banks. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, David, the bankers, I hope they're listening. We need the bankers in the room here. I want to bring Jean-Marie back into the conversation. And Jean-Marie, he hinted on something. He used the word game changers. He talked about digitization. He talked about e-platforms, right? So again, to achieve those systems that we aim for, how do we marry these two things?
Yeah, I think one of the important things to bring up in is to a robust agri-food system management information systems. It is very important. We need evidence. Without evidence, we can't move on. Evidence on production and productivity is what is missing. Evidence on supply chains. How do you manage supply chain? Look, for example, for the seed industry. Seed industry, you can't develop an agro-industry in Uganda if you don't have a robust seed industry. But to have a robust seed industry, you need information, you need evidence. Then, based on those informations, for example, on seed needs, varieties needs, quality of those needs, transport systems, so a number of information is required if you want to connect the dots. That's number one. Number two, the issue of quality is very critical. Quality assurance across each value chain, from production to end consumers. You need a robust food quality assurance system in place with decentralized quality management systems whereby you have technical labs across different regions of the countries. You need the skilled people dispatched in those labs. You need clear instruction, legislations, regulations that can help. And of course, you need to bring in also consumer on board, because we are producing agro-industrialization functions are not only for poverty reduction, for trade, but we are also producing to meet Ugandan food needs. So consumers have to be brought on board. So we need to connect all those dots together. So to get there, we need a robust agri-food information system in place, supported by a robust quality assurance system.
Thank you, Jean-Marie. I want to bring Dr. Cullen back into the conversation. I'm not sure if he's still with us. Dr. Cullen virtually. And things that have been hinted on?
Yep.
Yes,
I'm here.
So Dr. Cullen, our speakers here physically, they've hinted on a few ways that we can work together. And from what I hear, it's, public-private partnerships are key to this. How do we make public-private partnerships actually functional? Because we keep talking about PPPs, but the functionality of it is far from efficient. So how do we ensure that they are efficient?
Well, that's a really thorny question. I would say, at a high level, one of the most important things would be to make sure that interests are aligned, that you need to make sure that whatever company is providing services, that you have a structure that's clearly defined with roles and responsibilities and good governance. And then you have very clear game plans, work plans, procedures in place so that everybody understands their role and what to expect out of the partnerships. We have to do this in certain countries. The ones that we often create are in the service of doing these red projects where monies are going to be flowing from outside the country into communities and so forth, sometimes through government agencies. So we have to have very clear governance rules and regulations to do that. Sometimes we set up special purpose vehicles that are independent. They have government people on the board, private sector people on the board. So I think it's really a matter of being a little bit ingenious about how to set this up, having independence of some perhaps third party, like I'm describing, special purpose vehicle. But I think also it's, I'm thinking particularly when it comes to these issues we're talking about in value chains, in my experience from working with software companies that were providing services to farmers, you don't always need private-public partnerships if you are providing services directly to farmers. And I would say in certain cases, that's probably the most efficient way to provide the services. What I'm seeing from my experience, what I've seen from my experience in the software business, that companies are actually creating private extension services, which are supplanting or replacing or coming into existence in because there's a lack of extension services in many African countries. Those are sectors that have been underfunded. So that's another avenue to actually provide what's necessary in these value chains. So I hope that sheds a little bit of light on the subject, Mr. Kuzera.
It's the comme ça, we'll try a little bit.
Okay.
We are running out of time, unfortunately. This is a conversation that can go on until the sun comes down. So I want us to move forward, way forward, right? And I want to start with Mr. Bayingana. We are talking about things. Talking is theoretical. The money has never been a problem. The money is actually there in the banks. At least they say, ABI have the money. How do we ensure we have proper systems that help those farmers to access that cash?
Yeah, true. The money, because there are all sorts of facilities like ABI Trust, but there's even ACF, ACF in Bank of Uganda. So ideally, there is enough money to solve all the value chains. But the problem is the structure of that things. Banks don't want to interface directly with farmers. They find them a very high risk proposition. You can imagine an occupation where 73% of the population is engaged, okay? And banks don't want to interface with them. They would rather not deal with them. They want to deal with the lesser numbers. So I think the problem is really the way that we have structured our value chains and the fact that we have not made farming attractive enough, okay, for the farmers. And all this boils down, otherwise we'll keep talking and talking about the aspects of these things. And the truth of the matter is that if you want to solve all those problems, the climate change issues and all that sort of stuff, agriculture has to be a better proposition for farmers. It means that you have to give them better inputs, like you're saying, because in economic terms, they understand it better than all this research of labs in all kinds of places. If you give somebody seeds which produce 100 bags instead of 20, that's how you suck him into that whole thing. So the way we have tried to structure our thing now is that it is now possible we have partnered with Equity Bank. So Equity Bank support the farmers to buy inputs because we are the sole off-takers of everything. So we have some kind of triangulation in the bank, you get it? And this way we'll be able to deal with a lot of, so I think if we had better structured value chains, it would be invariably to solve a lot of these other problems, because you talk about climate change and that's not people's most important issue. Yeah, that's not what it's a bread and butter thing.
Interesting way forward there. Thank you very much, Mr. Bayingana. No, you had his queries. What's the way forward in regards to those practicalities?
Thank you. Yes, the best way forward is exactly on what he mentions. We have two worlds of people in the value chains. We have the people who are there to make money, we also have those who are there to do good. The ones to do good are like ABI, like these other ones who come with with their theories of change, things like that. But the person growing the crop needs cash. If they are sick, they need medicine. If the terms are opening, they need school fees for their kids, which goes back to what he mentions. That is the first bridge, first gap we must bridge. And how do you bridge it? Through business development, support, services. Where you tell a farmer that, by the way, you're de-risking your loan in a bank by growing seed which has a short yielding time. Why? By the time the sun comes, you'll have already harvested and paid your loan. So whoever is promoting climate change adaptation needs to tell the farmer that. The farmer is looking at clearing their loan, staying with balance to meet their personal needs, but they are adapting. So those who are doing good environmentally, those who are doing good in terms of green growth, their agendas are merging. The farmer now knows, I may fail to pay my loan and lose my land because I just went and bought any seed. When they go to a seed company, they'll ask for seed which has a short maturing time. The agenda for development, the agenda for making money, the agenda for politics, the agenda for whatever must be brought together, and then one song with different meanings to each person must be sung when we are talking about value chains, when we are talking about agro-industrialization. People must know how they can benefit without endangering the benefits of the others. And that's what green growth is about. The farmer is happy, they are rich, they are making money, and the environment is happy because farmers are no longer cutting more trees. They have opted to do intensive farming as opposed to opening land whenever they are aspiring to grow richer. So that's what we ought to do. The beauty is it has been done. We already have success stories that are within us, which brings in the issue of public-private partnerships. If ABI has knowledge on what has worked in terms of adapting financial services to be able to make value chains work better, let's share it with FAO. So that as FAO is pushing the seed systems agenda, then it is using tools that both have a good orientation towards where to access good money that is nicely structured, which will not cause you to start repaying a loan before you have your yield, and then the farmer is growing that good seed that FAO is busy promoting from the seed systems or productivity perspective. So I'm using that as an example, very linear example. If we can partner more, if we can have more Mokutanos, whether here or out of here, we will crack this nut called agro-industrialization, then we can have wealth that works for all. That's what, for me, I think we need to do going forward. Thank you.
Very, very, very detailed outlook. They're talking about policies. You plan these policies. What's the way forward when it comes to the game changers at the Planning Authority?
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, I must state that agro-industrialization program is supposed to be the game changer. We argue that it's the flagship program out of the 20 programs that we have in the NDP3. And that if we fully implement it, we expect to have 60% results in terms of the targets that we have set in the NDP3. So it's a very important program. But back to the question of what do we need to do right now is as per the goal of the NDP3, which talks about increased household incomes. In other words, it appears like the households do have some income, but it's not enough, and they need to increase it, linking them directly to the markets. And we have for a long time also talked about value chains. I don't know whether we understand what they are. And we see a farmer still dealing with a middleman, and we wonder whether he knows where the crop is going. How do we link the farmer to the market? So if you look at the objective of the agro-industrialization program, which talks about commercialization and competitiveness, the whole message we are giving is that we want a pull effect as the driver and not a push effect. The pull effect in the sense that we are looking at the markets, and based on the markets, we're able to define parameters of quality, parameters of production, parameters of input, such that we're able to get meaningful outcomes from the products we're actually producing. So the pull effect versus the push effect is what I would propose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jean-Marie, as we're about to wrap up, way forward in regards to those game changes.
Yeah, I think for agro-industrialization to be effective in Uganda, we need to look at those game changer solutions, interventions. That is looking at those interventions that have effect at the system level, not only being production centered, but also looking at supply chains, market up to end users. And some may include, for example, rebuilding reliable supply chains. Very important, from input production distributions, storage, transport, cold room, market infrastructure. So reliable food supply chains are very important. And you cannot build a competitive agro industry if you don't have reliable supply chains, which can be put at scale. And the private sector has a role to play. Another game changer would be infrastructure, of course. Electricity, very important. Feeder roads, storage and transport, and so on, very important. We need those kind of game changers that operate at each segment in the value chains. I mentioned already the food quality assurance issues. I mentioned the robust food information system, but most importantly, digitalization of agri-food system across each value chain is very critical. We can think of technology-enabled service provisions, creating a number of businesses, women-centered and youth-centered agribusinesses using ICT technology, very important. For example, food quality assurance, tracking, logistic management, and so on. That is a game-changing solution that needs to be done. But of course, we need also to think of trade. Trade is very important because it can drive the agro-industrialization, looking at regional and continental trade to tap into African continental free trade. That is very important, but to do so, a number of policy has to be reviewed, a number of legislation as well has to be reviewed. For example, now that DRC has joined East Africa, we need to harmonize our seed laws, for example, our pesticide management policies and laws, a number of non-communicable disease legislations, and so on, a number of law and legislation policy that need to be harmonized to tap into the market potential we have. So that can be also a game changer. And finally, I like the idea of agro-industrial parks being disseminated in the country, processing industry and value addition, but at scale, because this would pull farmers and link them to the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Marie. Does Dr. Kulin have a point for us, a way forward as we wrap up this conversation?
Just one final point. I would second what I just heard on the digitalization of agriculture. I think across the board for all value chains, no matter what the structure, no matter what the performance, I think if you have good, robust systems that are easy to use and extensive, I think that can add a lot of value by providing better information to farmers who will then have more choices. If you have payment systems, we haven't even talked about that, electronic payment systems, so they can get cash in their accounts much more quickly. They know where to sell if you have possibility of selling to different markets. Also, some companies that I've worked with provide this information on farmers' outputs and their balance sheets to the banks. They do the bank's homework for them so they can help qualify farmers. And I think capturing those kinds of efficiencies throughout the whole value chain, quality control, as well as the logistics can be done. And I know there are many companies in Uganda and elsewhere in Africa trying to solve these problems with their platform. So I would put a big emphasis on making these huge leap forward with technology platforms.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kulin. I want to thank our panel of experts. Before I do that, 13 takeaways, Marcus, 13 takeaways. have been mentioned as a way forward. Quickly to go into that, those 13 takeaways: reliable supply chains, 1, research, 2, information, 3, quality assurance, 4, aligned interests, 5, special purpose vehicles, 6, finance instruments, 7, infrastructure, 8, digitization, 9, pull effect versus the push effect, 10, rapid interventions, 11, and my personal one that I think we really need to take on, radical movement and interventions are key for us to achieve those goals. Allow me to thank our panel of experts, starting with Dr. Ivan Luley, Board Member, National Planning Authority, Dr. Michael Cullen from Terra Global Capital, Mr. Jean-Marie Biakweli from the Food and Agriculture Office, Policy Officer, Mr. David Ndemeire Baingana, Managing Director, New Bukumbi Coffee Processors Limited in Fort Portal, and Mr. Noah Owomugisha, Head of Investments, Business Development Services and Green Growth. I was your chair host. My name is Arnold Kwizera from CNBC Africa. Over to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for these amazing gentlemen. Thank you, Arnold. If you could help me, Arnold, and your team, please come here for a quick photo op.
After you, gentlemen.
We understand that there should be a couple of Q&As, but we will unpack them as the day goes on. So please keep them close to you. We will make sure that they reach their designated recipient. As they come for their photo op, again, I'd like to thank our partners, starting with the government of Uganda. And of course, this is through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the UNCDF, ABI, Stanbic Bank, NSSF, Mandulis Energy, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and Food and Agriculture Organizations of the United Nations. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have a keynote presentation from our keynote speech in just a moment. After that, we will have a working coffee session in the interest of catching up on time that we may have lost. And that will be a personal favorite of mine on the spotlight of value addition in the coffee sector, because that is where I play as Imara Coffee. And that will be a working coffee session, which means we will step out, pick our coffee, get back in, and continue with that session. But before that, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker, who is the Chief Executive and co-founder of FarmShine Limited and Alpha Zero Limited. He has 25 years of experience in developing agricultural solutions in the development, humanitarian, and private sectors. Prior to founding FarmShine, he was the Executive Director of Global Resilience Partnership, which is a PPP founded by Rockefeller Foundation, USAID, CEDA, and Zurich Insurance, based out of Nairobi, Kenya. He served in senior positions in the United Nations FAO, including the FAO country rep for Kenya and Somalia, where he led development of several innovative initiatives. Prior to FAO, he worked for the Italian Development Corporation, as well as managerial positions in several technology companies. Ladies and gentlemen, help me put your hands together for Dr. Luca Alinova. Good morning. I hope it's the same time in Gigiri in Kenya where you are. Good morning, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, Mark. Thank to all the participants, obviously the member of government, friends and colleagues of the UN, friends and colleagues for the international organization, as we say in Eastern Africa, all protocol observed. It's been very inspiring listening previous people speaking. I really have to thank, although I don't know him personally, Michael Cullen, because it seems he was talking quite a bit of the things that we have been doing across the region. I've been spending most of my time, most of the last 30 years in this region, And I found incredibly interesting, to the point of leaving the UN and developing my own companies, particularly digital companies, to solve some of the problems. Obviously, the world that I've been looking at is a very peculiar part of that world, and I've been very much focusing on what the smallholders are. And not differently in Uganda from the rest of the Eastern African country, more or less, we're talking about 80% of the agricultural production being produced by smallholder, which is a pretty large number. And I still think that, I mean, this morning we heard a lot of incredible and very high quality analysis at macro level, but then when we try to zoom in at micro level, we end up quite a bit in a mysterious area. We have difficulty in segregating smallholder one from the other in terms of data, in terms of number, in terms of land productivity, in terms of risk, in terms of insurance, and most important, in terms of their entrepreneurial capacity. And I want to just do a little thought on that aspect, because we tend always to imagine the smallholder a bit of a kind of a guy waiting for support because he's not capable to do things. My impression is that normally smallholder are incredibly good entrepreneurs because are doing magic with very limited capacity, limited financial capacity, limited market opportunity, and often with very strong boundary. And we probably don't work enough in creating the space for the smallholder to expand their capacity outside of the boundary that are given by a number of conditions that they don't control. I'm saying that because lack of understanding of smallholders means normally lack of capacity of doing business together. And we end up in a situation where we are kind of defining pretty clearly what a value chain, as we are doing this morning, what the value chain looks like from a macro perspective area. And we have very big difficulty in defining in the micro factual area where the smallholder is involved. To the point that in our language, we are probably using more the word, in our word, in my company, we're using the word, rather than value chain, the value puzzle. And it's a real value puzzle because all the actors are disconnected often, they don't talk to each other, and they tend to have very often opportunistic position rather than structured participation to a systemic process. And let me just use an example to think through that. Now, depending on the type of beans, so let's use the beans as a 1 second of an example. If you take the red speckled beans that are produced in Uganda and which are, in the best of the case, paid to the smallholder, let's say 35, 40 cents of dollar to the producer, and we find it in Italy, my own original country, at 8-9 euro per dollar, per kg in a supermarket, to me raise a quite substantial question where the difference goes. I mean, where the $7.7 goes. People may say there is some processing. Yeah, processing may cost another 2 or 3 cents of dollar. So we can go from 35 to 37, 38. Then there is transport up to Europe, which, okay, is another, let's say, $15 to be generous. We are still below 50 cents. And yet those are sold at $7 or $8 more in the supermarket. Now, I think that if we are not able to split and understand all the things that are happening between what is the real cost that the farmer is incurring, what is the real price that is rewarded, what are the costs along the chain, who is profiting along the chain, and how that evolves towards market, I think we will never solve the problem. It's very important what I heard before, services, finance, opportunities in doing the right thing in CO2. But if we don't solve the problem on making the smallholder wealthy, I think we are not solving any of the agricultural problem at the origin. And the point is that often, very often, that's what we've been trying to solve with our platform quite across, and we are growing pretty exponentially. So it seems that things are going in the right direction, is to solve the relation between the market and the smallholder. not only making transparent the flow of information, but make the contracting transparent in the process. Because there is a very large extended lack of trust between all the stakeholders around the value chain, because each one tries to get the most of the benefit. And in the most of the benefit, in a very short term, tend to create opportunistic situation rather than investment and long-term engagement. So changing the process where the relation change, create the space for the smallholder to grow. Because if the smallholder get wealthier, as someone said before, I think it was very correct, the smallholder tend to make the right decision, tend to use the money for the right purpose. If the smallholder remain in debts with a lot of problems, with an incredible difficult access to his own income, the possibility of growing is independent from the financial availability in the space, is independent from the technical knowledge in the space. It's simply is making someone struggling. So for us, if the smallholder doesn't grow, things don't move forward. Assuming, and as is happening with us, let's say that in Kenya, we are able more or less to pay 30 to 40% more than the market price to our smallholder. Why? Because they engage in a knowledgeable engagement with us and taking responsibility to do a few things that I heard mentioned before, which are critical. First of all, to make the quality of their product appealing to a market which requires certain quality. Normally, that flow of information between what a market needs and what a farmer is able to do is pretty much broken, but due to the fact that a number of people in the game tend to use that as a gatekeeping process rather than using to increase opportunity. And on the other hand, is because it's also difficult to transform that information in practical action that the farmer can do to fulfill the requirement. Which is also what I heard before said both from my ex-FAO colleague and Michael Cullen as well, which is there is a lot of extension services. We are doing our own extension service together with the counties in Kenya where we are working, but we're doing our extension service as a private company, because through that we are transferring all the knowledge that is needed for the farmer to produce the quality that the market would require and would allow us to get a higher price, and so then also transfer more money to the farmer. Said so, that I repeat can only happen, and the change in behavior can only happen if they are strictly connected with more income in the pocket of the farmer. Interesting enough, that also trigger a number of things that were discussed before in terms of creating changes in the supply chain, in the storage, in the logistic, in the engagement with different partnerships, where everybody playing transparently through a digital platform where everybody is informed of what each one is doing, create a mechanism that allows everybody to increase their income and gain that extra increase through the gain of efficiency of a system where you are shortening the value chain and at the same time you make it more efficient, more transparent and more accountable. That changed quite radically the way in which process can happen. And that changed quite radically the mechanism of thinking. I would like to go through an extra effort, which I would love to see in my ideal world, the smallholder driven, every farmer in reality, but the big farmer, they already do it, but the smallholder driven by understanding the market before planting, before doing the agricultural activity, targeting a very clear market objective so that they can make all the right decision and they make eventually more money, which remains to me a critical point outside of all the broad discussion. That also requires a few more things. I think that we are looking for smallholder often too much as a substitute of the large holder in producing low value. My opinion is that smallholder and low value commodities are a kind of a killing process towards smallholder, and yet I'm coming from a country where smallholders are doing 99% of our agriculture and they're doing it with very high value in their own pocket. So I think there are interesting way of looking at it to make us thinking what agriculture could look like in Uganda if you adopt some principle. The first principle is that Uganda has an incredible opportunity, in my view, extremely exploited, which is having a lot of unique products which are at high value and which are having big demand in the in the market. And while that demand is there and the potential is there, is not exploited. That's meaning, what I mean is that we tend to over-invest in commodities. We tend to under-invest in decommoditized market, which are commodity-driven. Certain beans are sold twice the price in Europe, and yet they're paid the same value in Uganda or in Kenya. We should look a bit more in details of which beans has which market for which product. That applies to not only beans, it applies to cowpeas, and I'm still talking about the lower level of the agriculture value. Obviously, coffee has been mentioned a few times. I think a lot of work has been done in Uganda in coffee. Probably more can be done to make coffee more and more unique in certain parameters. Vanilla, there are a number of flowers that are used as a colorant, red chili, there's so many. I mean, I can list an extensive number of products that can be produced, pre-processed, sometimes processed before export in Uganda, changing completely the parameter of the country, and keep in mind that all of that can be done with an agriculture that moves from being an extractive, a CO2 extractive agriculture, to instead a conservative agriculture that contribute to eliminating CO2 rather than producing CO2. That can be done not in theory. We're not anymore at the time of theory. There are the good agriculture practice to do that allow to do these processes in a way in which the farmer produces more with less input, creating a capacity of sequestrating CO2 in the soil in an effective manner where he can get further benefit, as it was said before, which are money benefit, which are not only benefit for the environment. And I think it requires quite a bit of reflection on that. I would like to arrive towards the conclusion in saying we have to really find the mechanism to create the market becoming the driver of the decision and not at the end of a process where I've been hearing so many times, so many technical discussion on agriculture, which ends up, yes, and then we also have to give the farmer access to the market. I think we should start the other way around. We have to understand what the market requires to allow the farmer to make the right decision on what production to be done, once that is ensured that the market will function for him. And that is the process that today with digital solution, as it was mentioned before, with transparency, with the use of technology that allows everybody to have the proper same type of information and bring really value addition, may be able to move us from what I was calling before an agri-value puzzle to maybe back to some form of agri-value chain where the links are made because people talk to each other, they exchange information, and they bring real value. There is an incredible market demand which is unmet. All the people with whom we are trading on behalf of the farmer are always having a 50 to 70% of unmet demand at in the order of tens, hundreds of thousands of tons of product that are not be able to buy. And unfortunately, it's something that I think we should also reflect. Unfortunately, the two largest European producers of beans, cereals, and oilseeds in Europe are in this moment in war one with each other, which also decrease the amount of available produce for global market and particularly European market. I really think that is an incredible opportunity that should be making thinking organization in Uganda to enter in market where traditionally have been difficult to enter and making sure that they can make it because there are incredible reward prize that are in this moment building up, which will become an incredible opportunity for the country. I know that I'm getting all the discussion in a much more, let's say, grounded manner in respect of the presenter before. But that's been the privilege for me of the last 5 years working only in a very micro perspective, which make understanding quite a number of macro dimension for the other. And I would like just to conclude, which I see the time is coming, in a bit of a small reflection on what is the policy space that I see in movement. And I heard a lot of interesting things this morning before my intervention, which is a lot of time we do a lot of very broad policy and we tend to forget the detailed policy. I feel that if we are able to create a recognition for unique Ugandan product with geographical connotation of Uganda, that will create an incredible incremental value to the agricultural production of Uganda. That would be a wonderful policy if that will happen, because that will create an incredible market opening. When I'm talking about this kind of unique products, I want just to make sure that it's clear. A lot of people, particularly friends in my old economist life, would say, oh, but these are niche products, they don't have value, there are many things. I just want to use one example. In Italy, we have thousands of niche products which are on the global market. The most famous one, probably for who loves food, which is the Parmesan cheese. The Parmesan cheese, it's worth around 2.5 to 3 billion euro a year. Considering the GDP of Uganda, $35 billion a year, that only single product is 10% of the value of the entire GDP of Uganda. So niche product up to a certain level, one single product can do that. Imagine having 20 products that are able to do a tenth of that. You're still having an incredible value of GDP that will be produced in a very efficient way with a smaller amount of agricultural production needed. So it's something which is really worth it to think through in creating unique, recognized product of Uganda. And last point, which is also super important, is very important that when we look at incentives related to policy and we look at incentive in the right way, incentives should be always transformational. Should not be incentive to support impossible to support agriculture chain. And transformational means also providing the right support to transform certain agriculture product to product that have to go in a different market. And that is an incredible opportunity. If you, for example, start to increase incentivizing transformation from traditional production to organic, bio, production that are recognized in higher level market, production that recognize not use of child labor and a number of factors. All this can be incentivized to create a transformation in the agriculture. Finally and last, I think that there's an incredible capacity of processing that can be implemented in Uganda, because a lot of the process that are today done outside of Africa most of the time can be easily done in Africa if there are the right market agreement. And that is something that I think it's an incredible space with this super interesting conference of Mokutano can bring us to make sure that we achieve the real complete rebuilding of value chains in a way that are efficient to a market, which should be an high-end market and not a low-end market. Because I think it's time to come out from this idea that if we produce in Africa, we're only producing low-end or very, very, very niche marginal products that are ending up to be interesting. I think that it's time to reevaluate and reestablish an incredible advance, innovative, and carbon and social sensitive agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luca. Thank you for those amazing and fantastic insights. Now, we will take a 10-minute coffee break. 10, exactly 10, and then get back in here. When we do, my first order of business will to listen to all of you, not all, I'll pick like 3, whether it's an observation, a question, point of interest, something you took out from the panel discussion, the first one, or from the people who were setting the stage. We'll pick, just have your, your idea ready. We'll do that as soon as we get back, before we get into our session of Spotlight on Value Addition in the coffee sector. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Uganda is a country that has been blessed with a multitude of natural features, from forests, hills, mountains, rift valleys, and of course, water bodies. Fishing is a major livelihood activity for many households in the surrounding areas as a source of food and income. Unfortunately, the high frequency of fishing, coupled with unchecked harmful methods used by some fisherfolk, have proved detrimental to the ecosystem, instigating the need by the government of Uganda to intervene in the form of enforced regulations. Given the strong footing that fishing had in these communities, the cutting back of the fishing activities took a toll on the dependence of the industry, as many were left without a source of survival. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, through a technical cooperation project called the Integrated Livelihood Support to Communities around Lake Victoria, carried out an intervention.
We thought this project would provide alternative support to the people who have lost their fishing inputs, who have lost their source of livelihoods, and therefore they needed to start on something new as to support their families.
Nali musajja muvubi nenga tuvuba envuba eri embi eyasooka nga tukwata obutimba oba monofilament n'ogenda mu mazzi n'ovuba ebyennyanja n'ojja n'otunda wano n'ofuna akasente. Naye gavumenti yateekawo ekikwekweto ku mazzi erwanyisa envuba embi ne tuva mu mazzi ne tubeera tetulina mirimu nga tubeera waka.
In the wake of these setbacks, the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, along with its partners, sought to provide sustainable alternatives for these communities to combat the threat. These organizations aimed to engage the community and work hand in hand with the people to build income-generating activities that suit the community's strengths and needs.
Our main objective was to identify groups. Specifically, we were more on women and youth groups that we can support with alternative source of livelihood. Main alternative source of livelihood that we identified, one of them was people to engage in fish farming other than capture fisheries, that is on the decline. Then the other thing was the little fish that people were capturing, we needed to have them well utilized, and therefore our purpose was to improve on post-harvest handling. The other area that we also looked at was to engage a few of them, especially the youth who wanted to remain in fishing. We needed them to do legally accepted fishing methods.
Eno yatusangira ne batuwa omukisa okutwongeramu amaanyi okwekulaakulanya. Ne batuwa obutimba, ne batuwa yingini, ne batuwa n'eryato. Nga gurupu twafuna obutimba 6.
Project yatuleetera cages ne batuwa emmere, batuwa emmere ne batuuka we baakoma nti akasente ako bwe twakafuna twakatematema ne tugabanako nga bammemba, endala ate ne tuzzaamu.
Going into something
and keeping there is one thing. We have ensured that one. They have, for example, those who have gone into cages, they are still there. Those who have gone to fishing, they have been there. But as if that is not enough, they have diversified. After getting money from here, because you can't expand indefinitely, after getting money, for example, in cage farming, they have invested it elsewhere. Others have even put a revolving fund for themselves, where they put the money and someone can go for kind of a soft loan. Then he invests it elsewhere, he brings back and it remains their money.
Akasente ako tukateeka mu kibiina nga bammemba ne tukeewola. Tutuula buli lunaku lwa Sunday ne tuteesa.
Essente ezo buli memba yenna akkirizibwa okusaba ssente. Owandiika ebbaluwa n'ofuna baggalantazi babiri abakugalantinga mu kibiina omwo, then n'oweebwa ssente z'oba osabye.
Najja mu guruupu eno nenzigyamu ssente nengenda nengula booda nenjigula obukadde 2 n'ekitundu. Era booda buli wiiki ndeetera emitwalo 5. Nenkomawo nenzigyamu era ssente endala nengula endala miliyoni 2.6. Era yo buli wiiki ndeetera emitwalo 5. Kati ninawo ebisolo eby'ennunda, ninawo embizzi, embuzi. Tusookera ddala okwebaza ekitongole kya FAO abaatuwa ebitandalo kwe twanika mukene kuba emirimu gyaffe gya kwanika mukene wano ku mwalo. Baatulinnyisa omutindo, twawanikanga mukene oyo wansi ku ttaka nga mu butuufu ebbeeyi ya wansi ntono nnyo bw'ogigeraganya n'ebbeeyi eya waggulu ey'oku kitimba, enjawulo weeri. Era nga ffe ab'ekibiina kyatuwa amaanyi era tufunamu akasente kubanga mukene owa wansi asobola okuba nga agula omutwalo gumu 12,000 ng'ate okukitimba waggulu agula emitwalo nga 4. Endebe kakati ffe twafuna ebitimba kyatuyamba nnyo era omutindo twagulinnyisa mukene afuluma ow'okulya kubanga abasuubuzi bajjawo ne bamunoonya nga n'oluusi taliiwo. Era twebaza nnyo FAO olw'ekyo kye yatukolera tufunamu kasente.
The activities within the different initiatives were possible due to the dedication and zeal of those involved at all the different stages of the process, and sure enough, results were yielded.
Kyensooka okwenyumiriza mu pulojekiti eyo, nze nali mu nnyumba nga kabisenge 2 nga katini nnyo nga olaba kali, naye oluvannyuma lw'okulunda ebyennyanja kakati wano wentuuse nsobodde okwedaabulula kino kye naatuuseeko. Bwe twalunda ebyennyanja nga guruupu twagabana. Bwe twagabana n'enzimba n'engula ebisolo ng'embizzi n'okuweerera abaana.
These people have benefited through capacity building. They have acquired the knowledge. They now know how to do fish farming in the cages, at least in Kalangala. Then the groups in Masaka know how to do fish farming in the pond systems.
The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, and the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, have given many in these fishing communities the resolve to hope for a better future.
Nali nkalirira byennyanja nga tubitwala eyo mu butale oba amawogolo eyo n'ekaseese naye kati nkuze kati ngendo ezo sikyazisobola naye kati ndaba wano nga kinnyamba.
The most outstanding achievement is that actually we were looking at removing people to think that only lake fisheries is what they can do. These are areas where we need to put a lot of effort because we are seeing more and more people now consuming the silverfish, which has not been the case, improving the nutrition and the household diet. So this would go a long way in addition to the financial bit of it.
FAO, I would like to thank them because they picked me from the ground and made me someone who is responsible in the community. It was a platform for me to change my life. Right now, I'm a councillor, Kalanga Town Council, because of FAO Uganda. People, they look at me as a good example.
The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, believe in the resilience and strength of the human spirit. It is this belief that inspired the initiatives and keeps driving us to do our part in lending a hand wherever we can, so we can all grow together for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and better life.
With its capital mandate and instrument, United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, offers last-mile finance models that unlock public and private resources, especially at the domestic level. Several such models have been applied in least developed countries to support agriculture. Such work is contributing to SDG 1 on eradicating poverty and also SDG 2 on zero hunger. The latest example of an innovative solution designed by UNCDF is a blended finance facility for small and medium agribusinesses in Uganda.
Agriculture remains the backbone of Uganda's economy, employing 72% of the labor force and contributing 21% of the national GDP. Whereas the policy and regulatory frameworks and institutions that support agricultural development have substantially improved, agriculture transformation has been slow. This problem is particularly pronounced in northern Uganda. As a result, together with other factors, undernutrition and poverty remains high and is seen as a major obstacle to sustained economic development for the region. Whilst Uganda has a comparative advantage in agriculture, the lack of adequate funding and appropriate technology means that farmers may not be able to achieve better production. There is a clear need for investment in a fully integrated value chain, creating and retaining wealth within Uganda. To support the government of Uganda to achieve its development goals set in National Development Plan 2 and Vision 2040, the European Union, in collaboration with the government of Uganda, designed a development initiative for northern Uganda, DINU, to be implemented in 2018 to 2022. DINU has an objective of consolidating stability in northern Uganda, eradicating poverty, undernutrition, and strengthening the foundations for sustainable and inclusive social-economic development. Support to agricultural revitalization and transformation, START, funding facility, is designed to support the implementation of DINU food security and nutrition component, which aims at providing seed capital to incubation projects along agricultural value chain. The facility is intended to offer access to affordable medium-term finance for agricultural value-adding projects in northern Uganda through provision of technical services and seed capital in form of loans, grants, and guarantees. The facility is managed by United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, in partnership with Private Sector Foundation Uganda, PSFU, and Uganda Development Bank Limited, UDBL, and co-funded by the European Union and UNCDF.
The facility aims to achieve 5 interconnected objectives. 1. Offer access to affordable medium-term finance for agricultural value-adding projects in northern Uganda. 2. Support projects that contribute to economic empowerment of women and youth. 3. Encourage projects that aim at reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. 4. Contribute to development of refugee hosting areas and leverage the refugee potential for local development. 5. Make START a sustainable and adequately capitalized facility to provide technical assistance and capital to SME agribusinesses nationally. START gives priority to projects that employ certain technologies: post-harvest handling equipment or technology, small-scale irrigation systems, technologies for effective storage chains, application of solar and other types of green energy, and digital technologies to handling, processing, and storage.
START is a unique facility in such a way that it deploys a variety of financial instruments and products, adjusting their types, tenors, return requirements, and other characteristics to specific projects. It has a sharp focus on a particular stage in value addition, handling, storage, and processing to promote local capital investments. It offers a valuable combination of technical assistance and financial support to ensure that promising projects do not remain unfunded because of lack of technical expertise. It covers the so-called missing middle in agriculture investment between microfinance and commercial finance. START offers a role and a space to every stakeholder. If you're an agribusiness SME, START will work with you to make sure that your idea is transformed into a bankable project proposal and receives affordable finance customized to the needs of your business. If you're a government agency, START offers you an opportunity to improve your interaction with the private sector and create a local business-friendly environment. If you are a development partner, START presents a ready-to-go investment vehicle to ensure the maximum value for your investment in terms of the intended socio-economic impacts. If you're a financial institution, START may offer a pipeline of de-risked project proposals properly prepared and developed, third-party project-based guarantees to reduce credit risks, and access to concessionally priced line of credit. We look forward to working with all of you to make this exciting facility a great success for the people of Uganda. With its capital mandate and instrument, United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, offers last-mile finance models that unlock public and private resources, especially at the domestic level. Several such models have been applied in least developed countries to support agriculture. Such work is contributing to SDG 1 on eradicating poverty and also SDG 2 on zero hunger. The latest example of an innovative solution designed by UNCDF is a blended finance facility for small and medium agribusinesses in Uganda. Agriculture remains the backbone of Uganda's economy, employing 72% of the labor force and contributing 21% of the national GDP. Whereas the policy and regulatory frameworks and institutions that support agricultural development have substantially improved, agriculture transformation has been slow. This problem is particularly pronounced in northern Uganda. As a result, together with other factors, undernutrition and poverty remains high and is seen as a major obstacle to sustained economic development for the region. Whilst Uganda has a comparative advantage in agriculture, the lack of adequate funding and appropriate technology means that farmers may not be able to achieve better production. There is a clear need for investment in a fully integrated value chain, creating and retaining wealth within Uganda. To support the government of Uganda to achieve its development goals set in National Development Plan 2 and Vision 2040, the European Union, in collaboration with the government of Uganda, designed a development initiative for northern Uganda, DINU, to be implemented in 2018 to 2022. DINU has an objective of consolidating stability in northern Uganda, eradicating poverty, undernutrition, and strengthening the foundations for sustainable and inclusive social-economic development. Support to agricultural revitalization and transformation, START, funding facility is designed to support the implementation of DINU food security and nutrition component, which aims at providing seed capital to incubation projects along agricultural value chain. The facility is intended to offer access to affordable medium-term finance for agricultural value-adding projects in northern Uganda through provision of technical services and seed capital in form of loans, grants, and guarantees. The facility is managed by United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, in partnership with Private Sector Foundation Uganda, PSFU, and Uganda Development Bank Limited, UDBL, and co-funded by the European Union and UNCDF.
The facility aims to achieve 5 interconnected objectives. 1. Offer access to affordable medium-term finance for agricultural value-adding projects in northern Uganda. 2. Support projects that contribute to economic empowerment of women and youth. 3. Encourage projects that aim at reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. 4. Contribute to development of refugee hosting areas and leverage the refugee potential for local development. 5. Make START a sustainable and adequately capitalized facility to provide technical assistance and capital to SME agribusinesses nationally. START gives priority to projects that employ certain technologies: post-harvest handling equipment or technology, small-scale irrigation systems, technologies for effective storage chains, application of solar and other types of green energy, and digital technologies to handling, processing, and storage. START is a unique facility in such a way that it deploys a variety of financial instruments and products, adjusting their types, tenors, return requirements, and other characteristics to specific projects. It has a sharp focus on a particular stage in value addition, handling, storage, and processing to promote local capital investments. It offers a valuable combination of technical assistance and financial support to ensure that promising projects do not remain unfunded because of lack of technical expertise. It covers the so-called missing middle in agriculture investment between microfinance and commercial finance. START offers a role and a space to every stakeholder. If you're an agribusiness SME, START will work with you to make sure that your idea is transformed into a bankable project proposal and receives affordable finance customized to the needs of your business. If you're a government agency, START offers you an opportunity to improve your interaction with the private sector and create a local business-friendly environment. If you are a development partner, START presents a ready-to-go investment vehicle to ensure the maximum value for your investment in terms of the intended socio-economic impacts. If you're a financial institution, START may offer a pipeline of de-risked project proposals properly prepared and developed, third-party project-based guarantees to reduce credit risks, and access to concessionally priced line of credit. We look forward to working with all of you to make this exciting facility a great success for the people of Uganda. With its capital mandate and instrument, United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, offers last-mile finance models that unlock public and private resources, especially at the domestic level. Several such models have been applied in least developed countries to support agriculture. Such work is contributing to SDG 1 on eradicating poverty and also SDG 2 on zero hunger. The latest example of an innovative solution designed by UNCDF is a blended finance facility for small and medium agribusinesses in Uganda. Agriculture remains the backbone of Uganda's economy, employing 72% of the labor force and contributing 21% of the national GDP. Whereas the policy and regulatory frameworks and institutions that support agricultural development
have substantially improved, agriculture transformation has been slow. This problem is particularly pronounced in northern Uganda. As a result, together with other factors, undernutrition and poverty remains high and is seen as a major obstacle to sustained economic development for the region. Whilst Uganda has a comparative advantage in agriculture, the lack of adequate funding and appropriate technology means that farmers may not be able to achieve better production. There is a clear need for investment in a fully integrated value chain, creating and retaining wealth within Uganda. To support the government of Uganda to achieve its development goals set in National Development Plan 2 and Vision 2040, the European Union, in collaboration with the government of Uganda, designed a development initiative for northern Uganda, DINU, to be implemented in 2018 to 2022. DINU has an objective of consolidating stability in northern Uganda, eradicating poverty, undernutrition, and strengthening the foundations for sustainable and inclusive social-economic development. Support to agricultural revitalization and transformation, START, funding facility, is designed to support the implementation of DINU food security and nutrition component, which aims at providing seed capital to incubation projects along agricultural value chain. The facility is intended to offer access to affordable medium-term finance for agricultural value-adding projects in northern Uganda through provision of technical services and seed capital in form of loans, grants, and guarantees. The facility is managed by United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, in partnership with Private Sector Foundation Uganda, PSFU, and Uganda Development Bank Limited, UDBL, and co-funded by the European Union and UNCDF.
The facility aims to achieve 5 interconnected objectives. 1. Offer access to affordable medium-term finance for agricultural value-adding projects in northern Uganda. 2. Support projects that contribute to economic empowerment of women and youth. 3. Encourage projects that aim at reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. 4. Contribute to development of refugee hosting areas and leverage the refugee potential for local development. 5. Make START a sustainable and adequately capitalized facility to provide technical assistance and capital to SME agribusinesses nationally. START gives priority to projects that employ certain technologies: post-harvest handling equipment or technology, small-scale irrigation systems, technologies for effective storage chains, application of solar and other types of green energy, and digital technologies to handling, processing, and storage. START is a unique facility in such a way that it deploys a variety of financial instruments and products, adjusting their types, tenors, return.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now that some coffee, and I hope that's what it was that you took in the break, is in the system, we can resume our second session just before we break for lunch. And before we do that, before I ask my next speaker and the next panel up on stage or at the table, like I'd said, I want us to engage. So, with a show of hand, if you just put up your hand, if you have a comment, an observation, something from what Arnold and his team talked about, whether it was Dr. Ivan, Michael, Jean-Marie, David, or Noah, that you think you would like to comment on, ask a question on, and generally engage in. By show of hands, just put it up. There's a lady at the back. Please take her the mic, followed closely by that gentleman in the front seat. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and where you're from, and then your comment, observation, or question.
Thank you so much. My name is Connie Magomo Masaba. I work with the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Industry and Fisheries. I am a member of the UCDA board. but I'm also in charge of the National Oil Palm Project in the country. My comment or question or concern is around agricultural financing. I think that one of the challenges we face in the agricultural sector, I'm also an agricultural trained person, so we suffer a lot from the fact that the sector is tagged or has been called very highly risky. And I keep thinking that maybe we think that the agricultural sector is just one, or the agricultural value chains are just one. Like somebody said, when you're in the US, some people think Africa is one country. And so they think all the problems of Africa are the same. So I tend to think that there is need for the banks to do a little more to try and understand the different value chains and the needs of those different value chains. Because I want to think that the issues around, for example, perennial crops in terms of risk around the money that they have to borrow from the bank are different from, for example, maize or you know, the annual crops and so on and so forth. So I don't know what can be done, but that is an area that we need to look at and try and understand and profile different value chains and treat them differently so that we can see if it's possible to get a bit more money in the agriculture sector, because the farmers do need money. I work on the National Oil Palm Project, and I can assure it's one of those sectors that farmers got credit from government because the banks were not very keen. So the project has a facility, and the farmers are paying. They're paying better than we had expected them to do. So that is really quite interesting. So I keep thinking we need to look at that. Thank you, sir. The other concern is we talked about entrepreneurship and the sector having issues, and I want to agree. The question is, what can we do? Where does the oil palm, the agricultural businessman or agricultural farmer go in order to be helped? For example, to develop a business plan that is fundable or that is bankable. It keeps disturbing my head that maybe we need to do a bit more so that we can help. So people can know that if I want to grow coffee as a businessman, or I want to grow maize, I can get help. I don't know how to prepare a business plan, but I can be helped without worrying about how much money I need to pay at the beginning in order to get that kind of support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Connie. The good news is, especially when it comes to the agro-financing, we have a whole session on that in the afternoon. So if you have any questions with regards to that part of today's discussions, don't worry. We will have experts here led by Mark Mutahi, who will break that down to the core in the afternoon after lunch. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you may allow, let me talk while seated. Charles Sabola is my name. I'm into agriculture. I'm a farmer in the north of the country, although my other life is into management consulting. And I have a keen interest around rural and local economic development. I think it was in the presentation by Augustine, and I think the earlier ones, where the issue of agro-processors, the majority of agro-processors currently operating below 50%. And this, if I heard clearly, and I think I would tend to agree, was attributed largely to the fact that we have a dominance of smallholder farmers supplying these agro-processing facilities. Now, I want to give you a bit of the scenario that our smallholder farmers face, because I interface with them quite a lot. Number one is all through and through their price takers. When it comes to inputs, we buy inputs at the price that is given to us by the seed suppliers, those that are selling fertilizers, name it. We have not a say on that. efforts to try and negotiate are very minimal. So we take the price, and at the end of the day, it tends to be high. When you go to the financial institutions, they are also setting very high costs of credit. To negotiate with them is not something very easy. Even when I think David mentioned ACF and the others, the banks are not here. Very few of them want to present ACF as a facility. They start with their commercial products. No, none of them will front load the ACF to you or the other facilities that are there. So the quick thing for you to do if you really need it would be to get commercial credit, 20% and above. So we end up doing that as farmers. So in that regard, again, we don't have a say. Then at the end of it all, you produce and you again a price, you take the price offered by the off-takers, by the agro-processors. And many times these prices can only allow you to break even. In many cases, you will actually even slip into a loss. I've been, as a matter of fact, I've been helping a young man who I've been mentoring over the last couple of years try and address, keep restructuring his facility with Housing Finance Bank, because during the first lockdown, we all buried our heads into agriculture because we were allowed to drive. So we were the lucky people who drove our pickups all through around the country. And we actually produced a lot of rice in the north of the country. But what happened? Maybe again, a policy issue. The importers brought in a lot of rice. And from a price of 1,300 that we sold rice paddy before, we were down to 700 shillings. And many, I can tell you, many farmers that took commercial loans are struggling to this date. So I think that is something that really needs to be, and I don't think in the discussion around, in the discussion, I had a strategy to address that. Extension and all these others, yes, have been what we've been talking of for a very long time. But I think unless we begin to address the issues around, you know, incentivizing farmers, smallholder farmers, and even the rest of us who are in between the big boys and the smallholder farmers, we are just going to continue joking. These agro-processing, agro-industrialization will continue to face the challenge of raw material supply, because I will shift my production to crops that offer a better price next season. So what that does mean, the processors of soy will continue to struggle, because they will have, this season you have a bumper, next season, and I think we really need to work around stabilizing that. So that's something that I've not had come out clearly, but I think we really need to pay attention to that particular aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. Some wise words there, things to ponder on from a farmer himself. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
My name is Godfrey Byamukama. I'm the Acting Assistant Commissioner, Investment and Private Sector Development, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. You listened to the first panel, and I want to give my input on what we must do in order to make the agro-industrialization agenda deliver the results that we want. When you listen carefully, you will realize that what we are talking about is not the first time. And when we talk of a serious meeting, my view is that we also need now to talk of serious action. And when you look at the last recommendation, and I even don't know why it was the last one, maybe radical measures. I think what the presenter was talking about is serious action, in my view. The agro-industrialization agenda, yes, it's a program. But now for us to implement it effectively, we need to have clear sub-programs, and this should be based on value chains. Because you realize that if you address only productivity, the farmer is going to have bumper harvest. But where are you going to take this bumper harvest? It means you need to address the entire value chain and have the entire system work for the farmer. So how do we do this? This is where now government should come in and provide sufficient resources that can, say, put in place a coffee program that starts from the farm up to the market. And this should be integrated. There should be a system that is going to ensure what you produce, value is added, and then it has a market. So what is government doing? Government has put in place different policies and strategies that can achieve this. The recent one is a mechanism to have zonal industrial parks at regions, of course, based on the value chains that work for each of the regions. Now, once you do that, and this must be studied, we must have feasibility studies, we must have bankable projects that are going to be used to attract investors in these industrial parks. That's the only way we can provide infrastructure in an efficient manner, because infrastructure was also raised as one of the constraints. But we cannot, because of limited resources, we may not afford to put electricity everywhere, to put water everywhere and roads. So can we have these zonal industrial parks properly studied and then implemented, where, for instance, if the PDM, the parish development model, gives us the anticipated bumper harvests along these key value chains, you can have facilities where you can add value and then be able to support farmers. They would now have capacity to be de-risked, to be able to go and borrow, because now their incomes have increased. Lastly, the issue of unskilled labor. Now, before we even start talking about skilling it, we need to utilize it. The only way to utilize the unskilled labor which we have right now is to ensure that farms can be able to pay somehow better prices, so that we encourage this unskilled labor to work on farms. How? By addressing the entire value chain, be able to pay a coffee farmer a better price, be able to increase the premium coffee. It's good now we are going to the next topic on coffee. So how can we ensure that all our coffee is of the best quality, so that we even actually stop fighting for the little coffee that we have, the 6% that is premium? We need to have measures that can make all our coffee, all our cotton, all our tea high quality, premium, so that everybody can get premium prices, and then farmers can now help us to do other things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. Okay, so with those wise words and input from you guys, it's time now to continue with our session. And like Godfrey said, that's exactly where we are going on value addition. And he will be a panelist later on. But before he joins the panel, allow me to invite our regulator, the head of our regulator in the coffee area, which is the area that I personally play in. And he's here to give his remarks, his opening remarks, the Managing Director of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, Dr. Emmanuel Iyamulemye. Please come and give your presentation. Thank you. Round of applause, please. After that, Dr. Frederick Kauma, get ready with your panel for that conversation on value addition in the coffee sector.
Yes, good afternoon. I thought I deserved a round of applause. Sorry, I am a very humble soul, but for what is going on, and when he says regulator, and I thought at least I should be, somebody should get in and say, this person is good, so that I have some comfort. I have just a very short presentation. I've been limited by time, but we are, of course, as usual, always happy to share with you with what, as Coffee Development Authority, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, what we are providing to the coffee sector. But what I have done and my team is to restrict ourselves to mainly the value addition, in which we are looking at 2 varieties of coffee in Uganda. We are blessed to be the birthplace of Robusta coffee, but also we produce Arabica coffee, which is very unique even amongst our neighbors. Globally, we contribute 1% to the Arabica coffee and 6% of the Robusta. But also we produce some of the certified or sustainable coffees. That's where you do the fair trade certification, organic, and the others, where Uganda contributes 5%. I must concede the real value addition is still very low. And currently we have only 48 registered coffee roasters. And apparently government started way back in 1994 to establish a soluble coffee plant. We haven't been successful, but we hope what we are hearing in the media, whether through that direction or otherwise, we really need to have the soluble coffee plant. And that comes at the forefront during the precisely April 2017, stakeholders sat together to discuss about the coffee roadmap. Accelerating our coffee production, but very importantly, we are looking at how we can increase earnings for the common person, the farmer. And the first thing, as you saw on, as you see on your left, are the pillars. The stakeholders were very cognizant that we need to have value addition, but also to have the demand. To increase the production, we have to know how we are getting our coffee in the sink. And the first, very important, is that we have to have the demand for the coffee. Value added, and we are looking at some of the markets. China is a big population with 1.4 billion people, but also our other emerging markets. And for some of you who have attended the Dubai Expo, it's actually one of those areas we are looking at: the Middle East, the Maghreb, of course, now the Eastern Europe. Sorry for what is going on, but we are looking at how we can target Moscow, look at the Balkan states, but also blending Ugandan coffee. Most of our coffee is being exported and mixed with other coffees. We have very high quality coffee. It's being used to blend our other coffees. Can we do actually the export as an origin? Can we be recognized as an origin of Uganda coffee rather than our coffee being used to blend other coffees? But the third, very, very important, is to support local coffee businesses for value addition, including soluble coffee plants. So it's one of the areas we are looking at. And NDP 3 has also alluded to the same. As a government supporting private sector, we are expected to have 2 soluble coffee plants in the next 5 years. UCDA, working with Uganda Development Corporation, are working on the feasibility study. I know there has many feasibility studies that we have done, but we need to do much more to bring to the fore of the, because as I will explain, it's a heavy investment that you need to partner with the government, but government also opening up some marketing, promotion. And that's where the last part, enabling environment, becomes in very, very handy. We have some tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers which can be tackled also through the bilateral discussion. But what are the initiatives in value addition we are looking at? There are so many initiatives we are looking at, but we are looking at also where only 5% of our coffee is actually sold as a roast and ground coffee, or at least processed in that form. 95% is still green coffee. I cannot promise you here, and I don't think there is any government which will tell you as a coffee producer that you will export all your coffee as value added. It's not possible. But can we consume much of the coffee in your country? Ethiopia, talking to them, they can actually consume all their coffee because it's part of their culture. But the government actually deliberately forces in courts the exporters to sell their coffee, the high quality coffee, because they need the forex in their country. If we can do it in Uganda, I think we would be very proud because you are investing in your country, the money remains in the economy. I've looked at also our neighbors where they are doing wet processing, but they are also Arabica coffee. Most of the countries also in Latin America are doing the same. So if we can push all our Arabica coffees wet processed, I think we are still doing the drugas, especially in the Western region, the nachos. It's also a premium. Kenya, our eastern neighbor, doing also a lot of wet processing. And I think as Uganda, we need to move in that direction, including the Robusta coffees. As UCDA, we have recently actually procured some wet processing equipment where we'll be focusing especially Eastern and Western. And I know in this room, there are some of the beneficiaries which have been benefited from the same. But also thanks to the EU, who has also supported the coffee sector through UCDA. And I want to announce at this moment that EU has been a very, very generous partner. For the first time, since if I recall well, 1998, that's when the European Economic Commission that time came in supporting coffee rehabilitation. But now they've come at the right time, and they have now also approved another grant of 8 million euros to support coffee and cocoa, in this time in production. But also the market access program that has been going on, they have promised another extension, and I hope this additional support will bring in more private sector in this space. So value addition is the way to go for both domestic and the international markets. But actually value addition is not just the beans. Value addition starts from the varieties, from the research, the high quality products you produce. And for many of you, you are aware of the, if I look at only the Robusta, that we have 10 new varieties which have been bred for both disease resistance to coffee wilt, but also to the beans, the big screen size, what is the famous screen 18. So the big proportion of their beans should be looking at the screen 18. And that in itself is very good for the roasting industry. And this is where, as a government, we invest much more. But also we are looking at the good agronomic practices. It's not enough to have the green beans and then you don't produce the maximum. So we are emphasizing the good agronomic practices. As UCDA, we are working with the private sector, with also the district local government, to continue supporting the farmers to realize the big potential of the screen 18. The director of NACORI may not be in this room, but we have been discussing, and the next 2 years we have also a release of new varieties of Arabica coffee. And therefore, the focus again will be increasingly the big bean sizes, which are good for the roasting industry. Post-harvest handling is where, as a government, we have not performed very, very well. We still have a lot of coffee dried on the ground. We have a new law which we need to enforce but also a lot of support to the private sector, the farmers, to embrace post-harvest handling. And I want to emphasize, the more we drink our coffee, the more we realize that actually we need to handle our coffee very well. It's not just having coffee and you export. If you enjoy a cup of coffee and you know a bad coffee comes from that process, then you reduce those malpractices. So wet processing, I alluded to, it's a heavy investment. Many of the locals are not able to invest in that, and that's where government and also through UDB, through UDC, but also other development partners, we can have some of these. A few of the beneficiary organizations have, under the EU markup funding, are going to be installing these wet processing equipment. Then we go to the roasting, and that's where we have really not performed very, very well. Our younger men and women need to enjoy a cup of coffee. Our domestic coffee consumption is still very low, but will not grow very high if we are only importing coffee. I put there the indicative figures of the costing, and you can see it's not cheap money that any local can invest in. But why do we do those investments? This is really the profitability we are looking at. And we put some indicative figures. If you are investing in roasting 1,000 kilograms of green beans, sorry for the typo, and you look at the Robusta and Arabica, you see how roasting. Basically, Arabica coffee is much sought after, and that's why you see much of the roasting of Robusta coffee is usually blended with Arabica. Roasting Robusta coffee, unless you are a strong Italian, a Muchiga who can drink the cappuccino, the espresso, most of the other drinkers go to a mix of the two. Just a snapshot of the soluble coffee, which in the recent days has been, we've looked at what would it take if we were investing in the soluble coffee? Is it actually profitable? To many of the people in the industry, we know the big screen size, including screen 18, is used for the roasting industry. You need to have the uniform beans, the big bean size, which will roast uniformly, but also, of course, quantitatively, you have a lot of the powder for the brewing. So what we have been exporting by the last month was 76,000 bags of screen 18. And I must say the number of the graphs is actually rising very steadily. We have a big proportion of screen 18 coming in, and I am hopeful in the coming years, we'll be having a big proportion going beyond the present 22%. But the raw grade coffee still, of course, is available. And as Uganda, we exported 40,000 bags of undergrades. Those are the screen 12 and the broken beans, the hand-picked broken beans, which are exported mainly to India for Tata and others and other companies to do soluble coffee. We export a lot of that coffee to Vietnam. Both of these countries are coffee producers. They all produce Robusta coffee. But our coffee is of very high quality, high aroma and taste, and therefore they use our coffee to blend their not so good coffee. But also we export the Robusta coffee, the undergrades in Latin America. Notably, we have Ecuador, which is producing exclusively Arabica coffee, but they need to blend their coffees. We have also seen from the costings, I've given a graph, sorry. I've given a graph which shows the different sustainability coffees and specialty coffees and the different prices they attract. We have not, we note that most of the, of course, the certification schemes are very, very private. We have the organic Robustas, washed Robustas, the fair trade certification, and then the others are the commercial Robustas. What we normally see is that the conventional Robustas are used for the roasting industry, and they are traded as commercial coffees, while the others, the upper ones, are usually the sustainable coffees. They have a mark above the normal commercial coffees. And we think whatever brings in the pocket the farmer is actually value addition. Any small thing you can add in, ultimately the farmer, what he wants is money in the pocket. Whether it is the roaster wants the naturals, or the wants to do it the natural way, or the certification, what adds on to the farmer is what we consider as value addition. Similarly to the Arabicas, I must emphasize that our Rwenzori coffees, which has traditionally been the naturals, are actually competing very, very favorable with the Ethiopians and also the Brazilians. Our coffee actually is very, very competitive. It's slightly cheaper, and that's why we are having a big run for the countries like Ethiopia, where in the market they have been very famous to be very good coffees. But as an organization, we are also pushing to have our coffee to be recognized at international level, so that Uganda's Robusta can be classified as the grading system can be classified according to the Uganda, because we are the origin of Uganda coffee, and we think classification according to Uganda as an origin will also give us another mark to the farmer. Finally, as I conclude, and I know I have surpassed the allocated time, but I will try to be very brief, that the coffee roadmap actually recognizes the importance of value addition. And in our strategy for the next 5 years, we are focusing mainly on the value addition in line with the agro-industrialization program. One of the focus areas is also supporting the planting of the high-yielding varieties. If there are members of parliament here, please support the farmers. The budget for coffee seedlings is not available, whereas the parish model may provide more, but we need to do much more planting for the farmers. And I'm happy to know that there are many farm organizations represented here. This is one of the ways that will allow us to do value addition when we organize together. It may not be feasible as a farmer, unless you are a big farmer, to invest in value addition. As a government, we have developed the profiling. Each agroecological zone, now we know the test profiles, and we'll be sharing with you the final profiles. This is what is going to make as a country to market and brand ourselves, and say you are exporting Zombo coffee, you are exporting Okoro coffee, Kisoro coffee, Masaka coffee, and consistently this is the profile the roaster is going to have. Soluble coffee manufacturing has eroded us, but is very financially viable, and I hope with government support we can have for the first time an investment in soluble coffee, but also the sustainable coffees, the fair trade are very, very much reflected. We have more profit margins when we invest in there. And this gives us, would not come at a better time when Uganda is now a member of the African Continental Free Trade Area, where we can export our coffee. And I want to recognize the big efforts by the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, headed by Mr. Solomon Rutega, which on the 4th of last month, they signed an agreement with an MOU with the African Continental Free Trade Area, and efforts are going along the way to register coffee as one of the priority commodities and the African Union. This will make not just Uganda, but will make most of the coffee producers in Africa export their coffee within Africa, as opposed to what we see countries in the Maghreb, Tunisia, Morocco getting their coffee from third parties, from Italy, France, when it is actually our Ugandan coffee. I want to thank you, and I intentionally wanted to start with our first picture there, where even our locals knew that you can add value by roasting and putting in banana fibers. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari, for that amazing presentation and giving us a clear outlay of where the coffee in Uganda is headed. I will ask you to join Dr. Frederick Kauma there on the panel. And as I introduce the others, I saw a hand up on our Zoom call from Brenda. I don't know if Brenda has a question, a comment. As she gets on and gives it, I'll introduce the others as she gets ready. The Chairman, Africa Fine Coffees Association, Kenneth Barije, please join the gentleman on stage. Madam Martha Wandera, who is the Managing Director of Kimco Coffee Limited, please join the gentleman on stage. And Uganda Coffee Farmers Alliance, Tony Mugoya, please join these people on the table. Is Brenda on? Joseph Nkandu from New Cafe, please join them on the table. I think we've lost Brenda. So, Dr. Frederick, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Director of the Day. I would like to recognize all of you in your respective capacities. And I say protocol, all protocol observed. Thank you, Dr. Yamlemye, for that presentation that you have made. That's a good overview. And I think it helps to put the discussion here in a good perspective. Having my position as Africa Coffee Ambassador, I know that the discussions that have been going on at the Africa level, which the MD talked about, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, one of the things that is coming out of that is helping the member states to address the access to the market so that we as African producers can have the opportunity of presenting our coffee in this market. The statistics show that the coffee produced in Africa, the volume of coffee produced in Africa is also equal to the coffee consumed in Africa. If you put together the producing countries and the consuming countries in Africa, which is a great opportunity for us. And I would like to ask Mr. Tony Mugoya, you know, given the opportunities that we have, what do you think, in your opinion, are the strategies that should be in place or which are there to develop the coffee subsector for industrialization? Because we must industrialize in order for us to take advantage of the market opportunities.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the panel. I am Tony Mugoya, Executive Director, Uganda Coffee Farmers Alliance. Yeah, it's very important that we industrialize as Africa, and it's good that the African Union strategy, the Uganda Vision 2040, the NDPs, all prioritize industrialization as a key for growth in Africa. Coming to the coffee sector, we need to look at how do we industrialize holistically. And the best way to do it is by ensuring that we have a strong foundation for industrialization. So I want to promote the approach of the value options. You know, we talk about value addition, but where does the value start from? So there are 5 value options. The first one is creating value. How do you create value in coffee? Number 1, improved breeds. Number 2, good agricultural practices. That is a starting point. If you want to add value in coffee, start at the research and farmer level. So creating value is number 1. Number 2 is retaining value. How do we, as farmers, as Ugandans, as producers, retain value? You retain value by taking up more value chain roles. You don't just restrict yourself to growing coffee. You have to process coffee. You have to get involved in the logistics, in the trading of coffee. So actually, I'm very happy with this discussion because it has expanded the opportunities of retaining value by we as a coffee country. So value retention, which is number 2, is by own service delivery, doing things yourself. Number 3 is now adding value. Adding value is popularly restricted to processing. And under processing, we have primary processing, secondary processing, and tertiary processing. So even what we are discussing, roasting, soluble plants, that falls under value addition. Then the next point, number 4, the 4th value option is distributing value. How do you distribute value to women, to youth? How do you involve them? I think history shows that a family approach, a household approach, has been more effective in promoting rural development than when you focus only on men as a gender. Then the 5th and last value option is generating value. How do you generate value? We're in the coffee industry. If you look at the Brazilian coffee exports, there's a big segment on coffee extracts. We are seeing an increasing segment on other products, which are not coffee that is consumed directly. Things like cascaras and others. Even myself, I have a proposal I'll be coming to Mr. Managing Director, how we can export other coffee products rather than beans, because there's a market for them. So we need to generate new value chains or new value areas in coffee. So those are the 5 value options that we need to promote equally. So as we talk of adding value, we should talk about creating value, retaining value, distributing value, generating value. So how do we adopt a correct value addition approach? For me, I'm a scientist. I believe in the studies. We should do a thorough market research or survey. We should do feasibility studies. If we're going to invest so much, what is the return, the expected return on investment? What is the payback period? I think this information, if shared widely, will help to popularize all value addition initiatives. We want to see those feasibility studies. We want to see the market research, We also need to look at the in-house capacity. I'm happy the managing director has told us that there are 48 registered roasters. Yes, they are roasting some coffee. We also know there's no soluble coffee plant in Uganda. How do we support these 48 to scale up their production? Because they have some experience. They have some information they have gathered along the years in this area of business. So I think let's support all coffee people who want to add value so that as a country, we have more players, more participants benefiting from the incentives that exist. Then we also need to address the issue of barriers. This is an issue that we should not underlook. We know, for example, that coffee producing countries, even those like Brazil, I'm talking about, Colombia, India, Vietnam, all of them, they are producing coffee. They have invested, some of them, in soluble plants, but they are still facing tariff and non-tariff barriers. What do we learn from these guys? How have they overcome those tariff and non-tariff barriers? Where are the studies on this? Where is the information? How can we learn from them so that we perform better? The market is there, but the truth is there are tariff and non-tariff barriers outside our borders. Then the other point to look at is the regional experience. The managing director has told us here rightly that Ethiopia, they consume over 50% of their coffee. Over 4 million bags are consumed locally. I was asking my brother, Joseph Mkandu, this morning, that what is the economic impact of that domestic consumption on the Ethiopian economy? Yeah, they are consuming 4 million bags in Ethiopia. What is the economic benefit overall for the Ethiopian economy? Instead, we've seen the Ethiopian government actually promoting export of high-grade green beans to get forex. So we need to do a proper economic analysis of this. Of course, it's important to roast, to do import substitution. Those who know economics, there's no reason why in the Ugandan market we should be buying Nescafe and all these things from UK, and other places when this is a home of coffee. So import substitution is very important. However, we need to look at the overall economic benefit of these investments that we are making. The other regional experience you can learn from is from Tanzania. We know that they have they have two plants, soluble plants, Tanika and Amir Hamza. Mr. Chairman, I remember we were with you in Nairobi, I think before COVID, when I and Amir made a presentation, and I was asking him, how do you set up a soluble plant? Where do you get your money? How much money did you sink in? What is your market? What are the options, opportunities for growth? What is your production capacity? Because what we want to do has been done before. It has been done. We are not the first country to think about a soluble plant. There are people who've done it, who are doing it. Let's learn from them and do better. As I conclude, as farmers, we believe in price transparency. Price transparency. That means I should be able to sell my coffee to the highest bidder. That must be preserved. That right, it is a right, an economic right, must be preserved. I must sell coffee to the highest bidder that I can get. The other issue is we want a free market. Uganda is a free market economy. We believe and hope that we shall retain this free market economy. I always tell the cooperatives I work with that if middlemen are out competing you in terms of offering better prices than you as cooperatives, it means you're inefficient. I believe in competition. Competition is very good because those who are inefficient, they die out. You cannot perform if you're inefficient. But if you are innovative, if you're efficient, then you are able to compete in the market. So I believe that all coffee players should be able to buy coffee depending on their competitiveness. For us as farmers, we shall give coffee to anybody, anyone who offers the highest price. That is what we want. So the more people in the market, the more competition, the better for us. If you give us a high price, why not? If you give us a low price, we run away from you. We can also export directly. Yeah, farmers are processing, my brother here and others, they are roasting. We can do all these things. Lastly, Chairman, I also hope that these incentives will be available to all players in the Ugandan coffee industry. I was happy when I think the PS yesterday said, incentives are there for all coffee people. So I will request for more information from the government agencies. Maybe we need to know how can farmers and others access these good incentives that promote industrialization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mugoya. I think you've spoken passionately representing the farmers. In an earlier presentation by the senior economist from the World Bank, who told us that 7 out of 10 jobs created in the economy are in micro enterprises, which means if we're looking at employment, if we're looking at economic transformation, the role of small and medium enterprises is very, very critical. Also talked about agro-processing accounting for 2/3 of Uganda's manufacturing in the agri-business sector. So I wanted to ask Mrs. Wandera, because you are in this business, in one of your capacities. What do you think we need to do to unlock the potential in coffee processing and value addition, especially if we are looking at transformation, economic transformation in Uganda? What do you think we need to do?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Speakers, like you've heard, my name is Martha Nalubega Wandera, and I am a coffee farmer. I do coffee processing, primary processing. I roast and pack coffee under the brand Kimco Coffee. And we are based in Luengo district. And I'm very passionate about working with women and the youth. Yes, value addition is the topic of the day today. And we are here to really tease out ways in which we can unlock the potential for coffee processing and value addition. And from the previous speakers, just like the MD has mentioned, there are quite a number of ways in which this can be done. And I want to add my voice to that. But I also want to add to the previous speaker and emphasize that when we are thinking about value addition, we need to think about both on the farm and off the farm activities. And for me, I think that is really key and timely for UCDA, and especially the Coffee Act of 2021, which emphasizes the regulation of both on the farm and off the farm activities. And I want us to really focus on that. I do believe that actually, if we want to unlock the potential, we really need to think about regulating right from on the farm. What is being planted? What kind of planting materials are we starting with? Because value really has to start at that point. So it's important that UCDA takes charge, and I know that the regulations are coming, and very soon, once they come, we should be able to see implementation of strongly regulating and supervising closely the planting materials. And for the people in the house, if you're farmers, please be sure that you're getting planting materials only from those nursery operators that are accredited by UCDA, because that's the only way you can tell that you're actually adding value the right way, by going to those rightful suppliers. So that's one way. The other way, again, which relates to regulation for me, is extension services. I think it's really important that government pays attention to extension services as well as technical services. Because if our farmers don't know what to do, if our farmers are far away from these services, then they won't do the right thing. They won't be able to add value. So I'm calling upon any government officials in here, out there, who are listening to us, if there is a way the budget of extension services and technical services can be revamped, because all this will go to a waste if we don't have extension workers reaching out to the farmers? Because I know right now there are very few extension service providers. You know, you find an extension person has a huge number of farmers. And indeed, when you speak to some of the farmers, they'll tell you they've never seen this extension work. And it's not their problem, but they have such huge areas to reach out to. If only we could put more money into extension services such that they are able to reach out to these farmers and, you know, advise them on what to do right on the farm. We'll be able to unlock really the potential in value addition. The other way would be making planting materials, again, among the farm activities, readily accessible to the farmers, okay? Just like the MD said, if research is put into this work, but also make sure that budgets support planting materials that farmers can access. That will also help us see the value much improved. Adding to that, I think it's also important to make sure that these farmers, because when you think about our farmers, they are scattered all over. They are all in their different places. When I think about the particular farmers that I work with, some are in Luengo, others are in Sembabule, Masaka, name it. If there was a way to organize those farmers and get them in one place, it will be much easier to have these farmers, you know, access the trainings, access the information, access the planting materials, the fertilizers, and so on and so forth. So I think that it's important to get these farmers organized such that it's easier to get these services closer to them. And indeed, when you look at our countries that are really making it, and don't go very far, it's Rwanda, it's Kenya. The reason that they are able to add value in a way that is meaningful for the entire country is because they've been able to organize these farmers and have these farmers access this information in an easier way. My other recommendation, which I'm really, really passionate about, is the issue of common user facilities, because it's going to be very few farmers who are going to afford the wet processing plants that we have seen over there. It's going to be very few farmers or even SMEs that are going to be able to come up with a package like this. It is extremely expensive to buy the equipment. So how about if we thought about common user facilities, whether it is for purposes of primary processing. We have a facility put together in a community for all farmers to come and access the services at a fee that is affordable. Okay, and we have these facilities in different locations. Say in Luengo, you know, it would be easier to give the farmers the information. It would be easier for the farmers to live up to the expected quality, because then the facility would be able to control the quality at that facility. It would be, even if it's drying beds, because that's another way of adding value. How about if we have a facility for drying beds, and all farmers are bringing their coffee in this one place to dry their coffee in a way that we can, you know, monitor the beans they have brought, monitor the way they are being processed, monitor the moisture content, and etc, etc. So I am a very big and passionate person about common user facilities. The reason we have this is because of, you know, a common user facility. Otherwise, a small SME like Kimco would never be able to produce that, because that machinery is so expensive, like we have seen. But because we have a common user facility at Curate where we can package our coffee and have Curate take us through these trainings and make sure that the quality is controlled at that level, is in itself helping us to, you know, add value and make a little more money. The other one, like we have had, is I'll call it patient capital. Because we hear so much about access to finance. Indeed, there is a lot of money around, but we are talking about patient capital, which is long-term, which is low interest, which is perhaps no collateral. And I also like to think about this finance being broken down for different categories of people, say the women and the youth. How about if we had those packages for women, youth farmers, and we see ways in which they can access. And the good thing is that women and our youth are known for being very compliant and being, you know, they pay back. There is that history. So how about if we came up with those particular facilities that are meant for those categories, you know, of farmers, to help them, you know, add value at the different levels of the value chain. And again, we are talking about the on the farm and off the farm. The other one would be the market access.
This thing of patient capital, it's a very interesting idea. I think if we have time for you to throw more light on that, that would be quite interesting. But anyway, you finish that point.
Surely we can come back to it. Yeah, the other thing is the market access. Because it's not enough for you to have a product, but then this product should have a market that is willing to buy it. And for me, when I talk about market access, it's both the local, the regional, and the international market. We just had a conversation with Chair over there about the fact that there is a lot of market internally in Africa. So how about if we engaged in, you know, making sure that we look for this market, make the Ugandan brand known to these markets? Because I think the other disadvantage that we have, yes, we do produce one of the best coffees, and in terms of Arabica and Robusta, I know our coffees are one of the best, but when you go out there, it's not anywhere on the shelves. I usually get very jealous when I'm out there and there are two coffees that you see. It's going to be either the Rwandan coffee or the Kenyan coffee. And you're talking about Uganda as a coffee producer, and nobody knows. So if we can invest a little bit in, you know, creating a market, creating a brand for Uganda, which all of us could have maybe a mark that distinguishes our coffee from the other coffee, that can help us, you know, break through. As I come to the end, Mr. Chair, social inclusion, again, is very important. And for me, again, I want to focus on the women and the youth. Why do I focus on the women? In my groups, I actually mainly work with women. And I realized that the women are the ones who are offering most of the labor on the coffee farms. Okay, when you are going out to do the coffee, the farm visits, it's mainly the women. When it comes to the processing at the primary level, the plant, it's only the men that show up. And yet I know that the women are, like I said earlier on, they are very passionate about what they do. They are very compliant. And most importantly, when you tell them something, particularly about quality, they will, you know, make sure that they produce exactly what you have agreed on. So I have a suggestion. How about if we found a way of bringing out these women in a special way? Dear men in the room, I want to suggest, for purposes of value addition, how about if we got women, one, in, you know, discussing how they can get involved. I also know that there are some men that I work with that are really champions of women involvement in agriculture, in the higher levels of the value chain. We can draw on those male role models who are already converted, speak with them. But I also know that we don't, as women, we don't own land. But how about if we got with our men, they could be our husbands, our brothers, and discussed informal agreements of how, you know, maybe you give me a share for a period of time and I grow these coffee trees. And, you know, we too get to own and really give our whole as women, because we are very good at quality control, and we are very compliant. That is something that I wanted to throw in there. Now, as I come to my real conclusion, I wanted to share some challenges that we have in here, because this is value addition, right? And really it fetches a lot. But for us to get it to this, it takes a lot. Like I said earlier on, we can't afford the processing plants. But thank God we have CURAD that has allowed us to go in for accessing the common user facility. There are also issues of packaging. The package is extremely expensive. How about if we got government to put up a facility or a processing plant for packaging materials, you know? Because I know if the government invested in that, we would perhaps have more than the 48 that we had. Or even if I know that, or if the packaging material is locally done by the government, it will be much cheaper. So this will be less expensive and therefore more accessible, because I know one of the things we're trying to promote is local consumption, because this is very expensive and people don't want to, they don't want to consume coffee because it's very expensive. So if government invested in such a facility that produces packaging material, that would be good. My final one, we are not against the certifications, the UNBS, it's actually everybody should get a Q mark, because that's the only way you can prove to your consumers that what you have in here is credible, ready for consumption. But I wish we could bring down those fees a little lower for even many more, not only coffee roasters, but many more others who are packing agricultural products to be able to pack and give us a safe product. The reason I say that is I have come across many, some of them will be coffee producers, others will be other agriculture producers, who are running away from a Q mark, and then you're risking, you don't know what they are putting in the package. Is it safe? Nobody knows. But if you made it affordable for everybody, would probably have many people who come to acquire the quality mark and therefore be able to give us a safe product. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think those are some of the ways in which I would suggest that would help us to unlock the potential for both processing and value addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martha. Wow, you've brought in so many things. I think the MD, I hope the MD has taken note. He will have to make some comment on this, especially the common user, facilities. At some point, I will ask you to make some comment on that. And even this thing of packaging, partnership with perhaps Uganda Development Corporation and stuff like that. But now, Mr. Nkandu, you have been talking so much about coffee. You've been such an advocate. And, I remember from the 1980s and up to the 90s, Kenya invested a lot in talking about Kenya coffee. Today, people think that Kenya coffee has those very high prices because of whatever, but I know that it was a result of investment, significant investment in promotion, in branding Kenya coffee. Madam Martha has talked about the issue of branding. Mr. Mugwe also mentioned it. I think branding is so critical. If we're talking of increasing the earnings of our coffee, Uganda coffee earnings, so that farmers, the farmers that you represent around the table here, we are many farmers, the farmers that you represent, what needs to be done? How can we increase for these farmers? And branding is so critical. The branding of Uganda coffee in the international, in the global arena is something that needs to be taken seriously, because we talk of value addition. Value addition is good, but the people out there to sell our coffee, you need to have what we call the demand pool. People must ask for the coffee. A coffee shop in New York or London or Milan or wherever, for that person there to stock Uganda coffee, there must be people who are asking for the coffee. They come to the shop and say, do you have Uganda coffee? But why would somebody ask for Uganda coffee? It's because they would have heard about it. They would have heard, nice stories about it, and therefore they go to ask for that coffee. So for us to add value alone here does not mean that we'll capture that value out there unless we have done serious branding. How do we achieve all this, Mr. Nkando? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for...
and Mr. Nkando, by the way, I believe you answer part of the question. The MD will answer the other part because, UCDA takes responsibility for this promotion and so forth. So you can do your part.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At the risk of repeating what my colleagues have stated, for me, the overarching question that we want to answer is, what is that we are doing different from all that we have been doing? Are we doing anything different? That is the bottom line. Otherwise, if we continue doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, Einstein said that is insanity. And we wouldn't like it to be among the mad. And therefore, when we are talking about value addition, who is adding value? If the farmer has been getting less than 5% of the retail trade value, is he supposed to add value? So what is that should be done differently? The farmer has been selling coffee on trees, even as flowers, at best as chiboko, and leaving 95% going. Therefore, the model that needs to be deployed at the farm level, if we are to capture more at the farm and eventually at the country level, is taking ownership. Farmers must take ownership by taking responsibility to invest, by taking responsibility to integrate, and therefore the collective approach to investment by farmers is very, very important. And I will call upon the audience in here, because the farm ownership model is a whole package that has been put together, and it can be even found at Mr. Google to further, read more about this, because the farmer, by enhancing farmers' ownership to continue owning a more value-added product beyond the farm level, it enhances farmer value addition by at least 250%, increase in value, increase in income. I think that is the starting point. And the ownership means taking care of the quality of coffee, being inclusive, being compassionate, whoever is taking leadership, in this is what is critical. 2, are we doing things different in a way that the system is working together? Or we are simply, making interventions at a particular spot in the value chain? for us to have a real transformation, we must take a systems change approach. And going deep into that, one would say, how is our education system? With the kind of skill sets that we need along the entire coffee value chain, are these part of our education system? When we are to talk about branding, is that part of our education system? If you are to follow an agricultural graduate or a student as he graduates from any of our institutions, how much in terms of branding skills does this person, have? Because what I know, the student will have all the necessary farm level knowledge. And even the marketing has to do with the chiboko or parchment coffee. This is what somebody is learning. Are you capturing the real value? Can you brand parchment? Can you brand, chiboko? So a systems kind of approach, now that we have addressed policy, because policy is important, we need to address our education system. We need the application, of science in all this to ensure that at the end of the day, the brand that you are presenting is the brand that is going to be sustained on the market. And then are we addressing food safety requirements? And then where are you positioning that brand? If the market where you are positioning that brand is where food safety requirements are very critical, and for your information, colleagues, food safety standards are very subjective. However good you may have taken, compliance into consideration to be certified, but provided you are like me, positioning yourself somewhere in a market in Europe, in the US, it is not going to be perceived in the way somebody else coming from that market and is, positioning that brand in that market. And therefore, this would also seriously call for partnerships across the board. You have, and we have to have partners in those targeted markets that even if I am the one behind the scenes, somebody that is seen to be promoting is that is acceptable in that marketplace.
And by the way, when you talk of these partnerships, one of the key things in the coffee industry, in terms of positioning ourselves in the global coffee market, is relationships. So we talk of relationship coffees. And I think that's what you are, hinting on, partnerships. This is the key value addition thing. Because I remember visiting a factory about 20 years ago, in Europe, and they had coffee imported from Jamaica. They were selling it in drums, equivalent, instead of a bag, it was drums, which are wooden drums. And this guy told me that each of those he had to bid, and he paid, this factory owner paid £2,000 for each of those. But you see, there's the relationship thing that was developed, and the farmers out there are not roasting their coffee to send it out, but they have built that relationship and they are capturing that value at the final end market. £2,000 for for that one drum of coffee. So these partnerships are very critical. What needs to be done by Uganda to capture such value?
Yeah, in terms of these partnerships, of course, you have to look at traceability. But this kind of traceability, and it is at this point I want to appreciate government for having come up with a law to do with the geographical indications. So as we position ourselves, as a country, as we yearn to do branding, we need to protect ourselves first and foremost. And the way we can best protect ourselves is the application of the geographical indications law. And what we have started to do from one corner of the country is to have one geographical area, which is Rwenzori, to be registered as a geographical indication that nobody from anywhere in the world will claim, to be the one producing and using that brand, without being a part of us. And therefore, profiling and characterization of these coffees, and then ensuring that the producers are well organized in that setup, and then registered by Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and as it links up with the World Intellectual Property Organization. That is an important step. It is an assurance to your partner, whether here or abroad, that the coffee is coming from such and such a place. This is how it is produced under these environmental circumstances at such an altitude. There is a whole complete story behind the coffee that is produced, because today coffee is marketed differently. It is marketed with a story. It is more than a product. And for that matter, this is the beginning part of anchoring, our branding on our local ownership, because the geographical indications law protects to ensure local development, to capture more value coming back to the country in a particular geographical location. So that is very, very important. But I want to add that as we do all this in our farm organizations, it is quite critical that the building blocks are properly, put together. And the building blocks certainly start with the farming families. And therefore, through this, it is family coffee business and succession planning. So we need to build our house right from, the foundation that is very, very important, and going upwards. Something critical that I wouldn't like us to forget is, yes, we appreciate liberalization. We do appreciate, but this does not mean a total divestiture by government from the private sector. And therefore, for us to have real transformation, for major investments to be done, we need government on our right-hand side in a very, very strong way, whether in promotion, in marketing here and abroad, and putting in place an implementation of our own policies. If we are talking about Bubu, let us see it at work. I would wish to see, government sourcing coffee for its civil servants to use in office from, from New Cafe. Where is you? Please bring the coffee from New Cafe. This is a real sign that government itself is promoting bubu. So are we putting in implementation? Or we see different government bodies, ministries just fighting each other. No, we don't want bubu. And another one is saying we need bubu. So we need order also amongst government entities. And as I summarize.
Yes, please. I want you to summarize so that I can ask the MD to make some comment before we close.
Yeah, as I summarize, Mr. Chairman, let us have the system work. Let us have the systems work. Let us retool those who train us, those who teach us. I talk about an espresso brew. I talk about barista skills, but the one who taught me really doesn't know anything about that. And that's where the real value is. I talk about roasting coffee, but somebody who taught me really doesn't know anything about roasted coffee. Therefore, retooling those who are already in our education system becomes very, very important. Incubation and acceleration. Incubation is quite important, especially for our young people, especially for women. This is where you are able to push an idea from scratch to something, real. And then you see something, going forward. So branding, we would like to move with the government in the marketplace. We want to see what we see others, are doing different, and we do things differently. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Nkandu. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your indulgence. I think we need to be taking a break shortly to have lunch, but this discussion is so critical in view of what is happening right now. And I think we will ask the MD to see if another meeting can be arranged. You mentioned the roadmap and so many things to do with this. We need to discuss these things and see how can we exhaustively, or probably not exhaust everything, but really cover these issues in a forum where people are not rushed. Otherwise, Mr. MD, I would like you to take the floor and make your comment on, briefly, what has been said here. And, there is the issue of the branding and how we can make Uganda coffee more competitive and so on. And it seems around the table that the issue of value addition is not just roasting, but looking at various aspects of the value chain and even capturing the value in terms of relationships with the consumers, wherever they are. Mr. MD, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. and all my fellow speakers. I think we put the farmer at the center of what we are doing, but I would like, not for the discussion now, especially to Mr. Nkandu, Mr. Kofi, there has been also a debate that should farmers actually be also processors, roasters, or should we specialize and actually innovate and be better farmers? That's a debate, Mr. Chair, for another day. And I think we need to really dive down in discussing some of these issues. But having said this, Mr. Chair, I think there are many issues that have come to the fore that I could respond to. I will restrict myself to about 5 issues. One, the national coffee policy that again was spearheaded by one of us on the table, Mr. Nukafe, has touched many of the aspects we are actually discussing today. We have talked about the good breeds, which give us create value. Thank you, Mr. Mugoya. Those good breeds, the good agricultural practices is part of the principles of the national policy 2013. But also that's what brought out actually the National Coffee Research Institute to be in existence. We are also talking about the coffee and other products. That requires a lot of research. And I think research is at the center of all of these things we are doing here. Then we have to look at if we are going to be very competitive, whether we are marketing our coffee, we have to focus again also on the regulations. Regulations is at the center because without regulations, we are not going to have the good quality coffee. As we talk about regulations, we are actually talking also about domestic coffee consumption, where the new law is going to be addressing a good cup of coffee at the table, and the HoReCa, the hotel, restaurants, cafes have to come also to under regulations. We are also talking of coffee tourism. That's a relationship again with the HoReCa. As a government, we are focusing on how we can bring more value to the farmer. Can we, and some areas we see some of the farmers actually having the stay-ins, tourists coming in to stay on the farm. The more they stay there, the more they drink a cup of coffee, or at least get that experiential learning. Mr. Chair, what we have not discussed much more here is actually the curriculum. We have many tertiary institutions, both private and the public, where our graduates come out. Coffee is the #1 commodity, not because we are discussing about coffee here, but we also know we've gone to school because of coffee. We remember the Manyizabar of the massacre of those days. I think the boom is coming now. We have the highest price since 2011, and I think we should take advantage of this. But how have we prepared our graduates? If Mr. Nkando is in the office here, much as it's the farmer, down there at his farm, who is actually managing the farm? We shouldn't be looking at farming as a past activity where we go drive over the weekend. We need to professionalize farming. And I want to thank my colleague here, Mr. Tony Mugoya. We have now a guide. We have large-scale coffee farmers. We have to get these curriculums so that these farmers actually have farm managers who are professionals. Most of the farms we are having here, suffice to say, including those who are in cattle ranching, the farmers actually, the farm managers are from either Kenya or Zimbabwe. So can we think about farming as a business, and then we look at farm managers who are actually looking at that space? And I think as a government, it's a challenge we have. We have to get not just the Makerere University, Chambogo, name it. We have also to look at Bukarasa. We have to be, Kawere has taken the lead of training from senior 4 rivers for 6 months. But that's to me not enough. Do we have farm planning? The agriculture engineers we have, they come in the space, but if I want to plant coffee, who actually guides me that in this 50 acres, you have to have where you are going to do the processing projections, how you are going to do irrigation, how you are going to do the transportation, all those relations. These are all missing. And I think as the stakeholders, we need to come to the fore about this discussion. Branding to me is really the area we have to look at as we do the value addition. We have, as I mentioned about the feasibility study we are doing on the soluble coffee plant, but how are we going to market this coffee? The first thing, and sometimes we are taken back when you say, I'm from Uganda. Where is Uganda? Near Cameroon, near Nigeria. So before we even market our coffee, we need to first market our country. Unfortunately, I think we have somebody from Ministry of Finance. When we are talking about branding, these are usually consumptive activities categorized. You are going to travel, they think about per diem, but there is no thinking about that you are actually marketing Ugandan coffee. You are having the flag of Ugandan coffee, and our products are not going to get anywhere unless they are brought closer to the. But also COVID brought in some actually positives. As a government and as UCDA, we are working on an online marketing platform where we don't necessarily have to travel. And this is a platform which is also going to be available, of course, for the private sector, so that we actually get these products. Our youth get there, they take advantage of the internet connection. But lastly, Mr. Chair, as we talk about branding, intellectual property rights, the geographical indication systems is very, very key. And also the coffee law now provides for the issue of farmer registration. And I hope we have sobered all of us that really farmer registration is good for planning, it's good for marketing, corrective marketing, but also if you want to market your product. Consumers are looking at how this product was produced, how it was handled, how it was along the whole value chain. Mr. Chair, as I talk about the branding, the issue of culture actually comes in, and that's where you have everybody talked about the partnerships. Sometimes we think, yes, I have to take this product to China, to Russia, to United States. The feel they have is really based on how their culture is. And I want to applaud one of our own, Endiro Coffee, and of course there are many others, where they say, yes, we are in Uganda, but we have to have somebody who understands the culture of country of United States, and how we can have this branding that product actually as Uganda, but putting in perspective of the consumers, the culture there. And I think I have not meant indeed to brand only Endiro. There are other off-takers who are doing this, and I want to encourage many of them to do the same. Mr. Chair, as you put a challenge to us, the coffee talk, and I think I would like to have an assignment here. I have my board member who is actually representing roasters here. I think we should put in perspective and say, what can we do in these seminars? Can we have one of really branding and bring people from other countries, from within the region? I think there is a talk from many of the youth, a lot of innovation they can bring, so that we really focus on a seminar which is just branding, where we are talking about roasting. And I think at this level, we would bring in many experts, including government officials, policymakers, so that the voice of the different stakeholders is brought at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, MD. Yes, a round of applause to the MD. We are winding up. I don't know whether each of the panelists can, just in one sentence, tell us what words of wisdom do you give us as we close? Beginning with Mr. Mugoya.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have a meeting of minds on many things, so let's implement what we say. Thank you.
Mrs. Wandera.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think mine is just for all of us to realize that value addition is all over the entire value chain, and all actors should actually focus on value addition at whatever value chain you are working on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nkandu.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and the the audience, it is important that we need to have a system change approach. We need to have our policies implemented. We need to do things different from what we have done before. Let the farmer take ownership and integrate in the value chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nkandu. Mr. MD, you have the last card. I know you have spoken a lot, but give us your last word, and then we'll ask the master or director of ceremony to take over.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate all the speakers. I actually believe that we have not done much justice on this by rotating this time. Missing three things here, which probably in the next we should focus on. Our researchers are doing a lot of work, and it's in such a forum that actually this voice would be heard, because they seem to be seen as people who are only agronomists. There is a lot of value addition products which is available, and this is where the off-takers would actually look at some of those products on the shelf to take them to another level. Secondly, Uganda is one of the countries with the highest youth population, and I think we should be listening to the voice of these young men and women. And I want to thank the organizers of the last agricultural awards scheme, where one of our own barista house actually came top to be recognized. So these innovations in value addition, the youth needs to be brought on board, and we hear what innovation they want to bring in this. Joseph said his lecturer at the time of the university may not be knowing cupping. I worked in UCDF in 1998. I didn't know that there was cupping. 2022, we are having, so there are so many innovations coming on the floor, and I think it's high time we bring them in. The last but not least, all these dreams we are talking about, they require enabling environment. There is the law, but also very importantly, financing. And I want to thank the development partners who are in the Middle East. Please do more, because without the financing, the Ugandans will be exporting our value, will not realize our own value. The ownership model we are talking about will not be realized without the enabling environment. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MD. I don't want to say much. I just want to hand over to the director. Hopefully that Mokutano and UCD will organize another meeting just for coffee, and then we can talk until the cows come home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you could please join us here for a quick photo op, and then we shall break off for lunch. Our next session will start at exactly 3:15, where we shall go into our finance conversation, and then we shall have our closing remarks from our ministry representative. Please, photo op. We will have a Q&A after the afternoon session, so please write your questions, have your comments ready. We will do that right after the afternoon session. Most of us have discussed the financing conversation, so please don't leave the issue of money. Our guest of honor, please join the photograph. So. Thank you very much. I do hope all of you have a lunch coupon. If you don't, ask this lovely lady here to ensure that you do get your lunch coupon. Otherwise, bon appetit. See you in exactly 1 hour. Thank you.